to survive are the ones named not Zargan.
Nah, I'll probably die too. Alright. Would anyone like to do a bit of a recap from last session, Fable?
What? It's not my turn.
It is now. Come on, Zergun, it's your turn.
I'm not sorry.
No, that is not correct.
I'm over here.
Don't lie to me, slave.
We're kind of a hive mind.
We are all Zargan, just like we're all caught.
I'm not.
Okay, let's see. Last session is when we were invited to go to Trent's place where he decided to thank us for his savingness. And so we had a nice dinner. It was very fancy to everyone, including Valis, but Valis had similar things before, just not like it's not like a regular occurrence for him. This is like a special type dinner thing. And to kind of cap off the nice feast that we had after some nice conversation and Trent offering for us to join his group and us all kind of tentatively agreeing after some questions were had, drank some cognac and we all fell asleep. All of us woke up in absolute nudity on some stone tables and there was chanting around us. And then the chanting suddenly ceased. No one was able to break out of the chains, including Kruga. And the silence was very like eerie. And each person individually received some sort of message in their head in various ways asking if they would be willing to serve. And everyone ended up saying yes in some way, shape, or form. The group ends up all waking up where we have some discussion about kind of some of the stuff like what was asked of us and the conversation we had in our head, but everyone was naked and we were putting on our clothes trying to get that all together. After
Clothes are overrated.
I'm not sure how this happened time-wise, but we did go see the dwarves in town to get some runes ordered or placed on various weapons and armors and such. And that's more or less where we left off. Galgrim did not go to see those dwarves for some reason that he did not tell anyone.
You went and saw the dwarves before you went to Trent's.
Oh, why do I have that backwards then?
Do not know.
Because I think we did it out of order in the session.
Probably.
Yeah, I think that's why I said I don't know like when this happened in the timeline of things because it seemed a bit strange.
Because we did the Trent thing like very first because Zargan wanted to get it.
I wasn't sure how long it would take.
Yep.
How long would it take you guys to pick your stuff?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Alrighty, a little addition to the recap there, and some kind of indoctrination was done to you guys, some kind of ceremony, and everyone got an archetype and a couple extra feats to spend, which were chosen and spent. Surprisingly, everyone spent them in their new archetype. I wasn't sure if people would or not. So everyone is officially multi-classed, except for one of you who is triple-class now.
Technically still multi-classed.
It's multi.
It's absurd.
Zargan speaks truth, Zargan.
You're already on the list, Zargan.
It's Zargan life for us.
Alright, I got a little bookkeeping here. Did that pop up for you, Valis?
Yeah.
Oh, that's not what I wanted to share. How did I get the wrong thing? Oh, there it is. I took it away. That's what Valis needs to see. Does that make more sense now?
It's a picture of naked Kruga.
No.
It's in
Reading
the
from
book.
his poetry book.
That's what I'm seeing. That's not what I want to see.
You learned Kruga's nickname in his orc tribe was Tripod.
Oscar.
Big Zug.
That should pop up for everyone. It's in the notes. It is now visible to everyone. We'll put Brotherhood specific things in here. There's only 2 entries now. Both of them should be accessible to you.
The Brotherhood. No, killing of fellow members. How the hell else are we supposed to keep this like group drama going? I'm invested in the Kruga X freaking Galgrim situation going on here.
Maiming isn't murder.
Beating the shit out of somebody is not killing.
Kruka consults his lawyers to see the loopholes.
I do have expert lore guild. Yep, you're all good.
I mean, now if someone were to betray the group or the Brotherhood, that might be lifted for that one particular person.
Yeah, if they betray it, they're no longer part of it.
Exactly.
Wait, what is divine font?
A font? It's kind of like a water fountain.
Well, it's like the thing you scream when you're doing that thing. You scream
Harm!
people.
Hey,
Like
put
a
the harm in
mantra,
harmony.
except it's just, one syllable.
Those are mostly for cleric. Those are cleric things. Since none of you are clerics, at least not yet.
I'm basically a cleric.
You wish.
Lay on hands, man.
He doesn't
I-
have that.
I could have it if I took the right
I
feat.
mean, he'll put his hands all over your body, but I'm not saying you'll feel better.
Actually, technically, no, I can't get lay on hands.
Depends on what you're into.
I get touch of corruption instead. It's like the opposite.
Same
Still
thing.
laying your hands
Same
on
thing.
Just sucks the energy out of
You do that while you're choking them.
them.
It's still lay on
Ah.
hands. You just say it more menacingly, like you're about to lay on hands.
When I lay my hands on you,
Don't make me lay on hands, a bitch.
Kruger casts catch these hands.
another thing another little note I have here is for Zakara. Moving forward, Zakara, it probably won't matter tonight, but once you get your rapier in that back, Quicksilver will not help you in combat anymore.
Yeah, I was worried about that.
At least the one that he has currently.
Well, the benefit to your weapon won't affect you.
Because
There's
it gives
still
yep.
the other buffs ought to still work, but
Well, it
for
gives
the
me
power
a-
loss,
+2, right?
No,
So it would help
gives,
just
it gives you +2 to Dex, which gives you a +1 more to attack, but it's an item bonus. Item bonuses don't stack.
Yep.
Potency is an item bonus as well.
the more geared we get, the more I'll be covering our weaknesses rather than augmenting your strengths.
Which is the same reason why when Kruger drinks the Drakeheart, he doesn't get full benefit out of it because he has his little +1 robes on.
Oh no, I only get +3 AC.
I'd
yeah.
still give it to him if he even got 1 AC. I've seen how
Well-
many times he barely gets missed.
I'm just saying the current iteration that he has for Quicksilver is less useful to you now.
Yeah,
There are more powerful ones though.
Yeah, most of the mutagens won't upgrade from that level till somewhere in the ballpark of level 11. So we're stuck
27.
with that one for now. I mean, if you add them all together,
Really, is Quicksilver that high?
most of them are level 11. I think a couple of them come online at 9, but those are like Juggernaut and Silver Tongue, I think.
I think the current Quicksilver does still give me a +2 to attacks. Anything that's a bonus is a +2 on it.
Let's see. At this level, oh, it doesn't say. It just is the basic bonus to. I'd have to look at AON.
So when it says share your true identity, it basically means we can't tell people we're part of this brotherhood, right?
Correct.
Okay.
And like if you're caught, you're captured, or if you're out and about, you don't tell people. You don't do things like in your own name. Somebody killed all these people. That was us. Yeah. You don't take credit for your terrorist actions.
You're part of a secret organization. Act like it. Which is good for a bunch of people who tend to mind their own business anyway. I mean, business might involve other people, but it's none of their business.
What if it is their business?
Not anymore.
Ah,
Yeah,
Business is good.
Yeah, the bonus is +2, so she'd get less of an effect.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, the one I have is +2. That's since level 3 and won't be upgraded till level 11 when it becomes a +3 and the speed boost becomes 15 and the duration an hour.
Alrighty. So we were starting off tonight with any questions in that you guys may have at this point in time for Trent and or Guillermo.
I suppose whichever one's applicable, but either way, we'll get the answer, right? If an answer can be
Correct.
given. I had a couple, but if someone else has other questions, they can ask first because I'm sure I'll take up a good amount of time. Don't everyone jump at once.
Zargan, would this be the time for me to ask about whatever university or academy that the spell users have to register with? Where to go and find that?
You can, sure.
Okay. I would like to find out. I had asked guys, basically like, hey, if we're gonna set up a shop or become permanent residents here, is there stuff that we need to know about? Zoning, licensing, guild laws, things like that a little bit. So I kind of wanted to talk to folks about that a little bit, and I also wanted to see about spell repertoire, availability and stuff like that. If we want to try and add some more stuff to our spell books, familiars, whatever. And just kind of check out the university if anyone wants to go with me to check that out.
I
Um,
definitely intend to do that with you
okay.
because House of
Um,
Healing's on that list as well.
yeah, and then also see from both the Trent and the other one, Anders
Kruger, Kruger,
Guillermo?
Guillermo.
Guillermo. Sorry.
Kruger, you're looking at this the wrong way. Once I get that blood candy for us, you'll be able to cast spell too.
Yeah.
Isn't it random?
It's a random cantrip.
Mhm.
That's what makes it awesome.
Mage hand to also slap them with.
Actual
It's
casters will get
Palpatine's-
actual
Eldritch Blast.
actual casters will get more use out of that, but there's still some use for you and probably only slightly addictive. Um, yeah, the guild related stuff was going to be one of my questions as well because I've got expert and lord guild, but I need to know the baseline stuff and anything to know of before I can really apply it. So I second I second Glizzix's question because they're giving us a place, right? That was part of the one of two locations. So what exactly do we need to be involved in on that end, or are they taking care of all the tax related bookkeeping behind the scenes stuff? Do we just get a bill at the end of the month?
I just got mugged.
I wasn't even paying attention to what was going on.
My wife
Maybe if you looked
came,
at the cameras, you'd know.
took my wad of cash, and left.
No, she danced. Don't
Oh,
forget
she's
about that
taking
part.
my car too.
She's taking your car.
Is that
Nice.
the payment?
I mean, I wish I could
for
say that
what?
was a you problem, but that does happen from time to time here too. She doesn't take the car, but
My car's bigger. She's going to look at some table somebody put on something. I don't know. So she
Craigslist
needed
tables.
something like that. Somebody flips furniture and put a table up that she wants and with chairs, and she wants to go look at it. So she hits me up for all my money, and then takes my vehicle and leaves me.
That's like double. That's like a double whammy with gas prices these days.
Well, the funny thing is, she might have to put shit. She has to put gas on the way home. She'll use my money. Damn.
Fuck.
You're at a loss, man. What's yours is hers, and what's hers is hers.
Ain't that the truth?
So anyway, I second Glizzix's question regarding the guild-related stuff. Like, do we need to get things set up? They're giving us a place, but do we have to manage the estate, or are they doing that in the background? Do we just get a bill? What's the situation? Because I've got expert in lore guild, but I don't know if I even need to bother utilizing that, or if they're going to take care of it.
I'm fixing the image.
Thanks.
Someone saw someone in chat say they couldn't see it.
Man, that thing
They
needs
will
to-
provide a stipend every month for the upkeep and such of the guild of the chapter house,
Oh, that's right.
and
clothing
that's
allowance.
one of Guillermo's main functions to run the house. And I flipped the map up. You can see a bunch of green little dots.
Mm-hmm.
If you click on the green ones, it should open up a thing about, a little bit about that. To your question, Glizzy, far to the right, east of Hildford Lake, there's one up in the corner there. If you motion over, that's the assembly.
Yeah.
That's where the university is, basically, the school.
University students assemble.
I'll put that to the side there because we'll be going
Oh,
there.
You guys are kind of right in the middle there where the party token is. Along there's several tokens, there's several items, buildings there you've been to.
Hey, we're healthy.
And since we're talking about the chapter house, I need more room.
It's one of these times where it's nice to have a big screen, but at the same time, I still want a second screen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's probably my biggest complaint. You can't pop stuff out.
Size?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
not big enough.
You can do it in Foundry, but the DM can't. It's weird.
what?
Yeah, the DM can't pop out because it's a module, because everybody else runs it on their browser. The DM's the one running the
Yeah.
program.
It's a bit weird.
It is a little weird, and even the pop out for players is done through a module, but maybe someone will find a mod
Alright.
workaround by the time we use it.
I made a new location near the west gate available,
Those are words I like to see.
and one in the middle of the trades ward. Those are 2 locations for the chapter house.
Cool.
You guys can pick which one you would like.
A tavern.
Let's see.
Quality of the location is about the same. You know how run down and that is and so forth. There's different things that are already there, and there might be other things as well. And mostly location for you guys to pick.
What has a bigger storage?
Yeah, I'm kind of favorite. How much bigger is the larger storage?
Bigger.
Well, I know it's bigger, but one says small and one says large, but what's the context?
When you're the size of a gnome or
Probably
a
at least
goblin,
double.
how big?
It's at least 2 Krugas bigger.
But how
That's a
many
lot of
kilos?
Krugas.
Like if
That's a
one
lot of
wanted to
goblin.
store, like, let's say copious amounts of like liquids or alcohol and stuff like that, obviously the larger cellar works, but how many kegs could it hold?
Figure the small one is maybe 10 by 10, maybe 15 by 10. And the other one's probably 20 by 20 or like 20 by 30.
Okay.
So it's roughly about around roughly double. Doesn't mean it can't be. Doesn't mean either one could not be enlarged. Just there's issues with doing that.
Right. I'm kind of favoring the chapter location too, the one near the
The west wall.
yeah, the west wall, for a couple of reasons. Not just the bigger cellar, which I'm sure we could find some use for, but also because it's next to a gate, right? A lot of traffic.
It is not next to the gate.
It's near the gate.
It is down several alleys and that from the gate. Nobody
Near the
wants.
gate.
It is. I mean, it is much closer to the gate than the other one. Yes, but usually tanneries and shit aren't really on the main street. People don't like to be by them.
Is it like
Yeah.
against the wall or close enough to it?
It is touching the wall.
Excellent. We can get a hoist and get some business putting people over the wall late at night. Good job. Block and tackle, people.
Okay, so it's not. Well, it's probably not going to be a tannery, so the neighbors will probably appreciate that. But if was a tannery and people weren't nearby, then that could work against
It's
us.
gonna smell just as bad though with all the stuff we're making.
Only
Yeah,
while
pretty
Liz is
much.
cooking.
Says you. See,
Used
that's
to
the
smell like
secret.
tar. Now it smells like sulfur.
You just put a little bit of like a calling card herb or spice in there to give it that fragrant finish, unless that would affect it. Probably don't want to do that with something that would detonate.
It explodes. It's pink and scented. Excellent.
Confetti flies everywhere. then catches on fire. It's a two-parter bomb.
So it's basically like a gender reveal.
Mhm. Well, what are you guys' thoughts on location? Kind of favoring the larger basement because I feel like we'd probably get some use out of that. And honestly, I'll probably at some point in the future expand on that.
Weren't you guys talking about like opening a shop though?
Yeah.
It's like a two-parter thing, kind of a shop on one half, and then maybe like an active service on the other. Because people can just walk in and somebody's freaking gets a nice laceration on their arm because they're working. Then we got something for that.
Now, just to be fair, Zargan, for the first one that's the tavern, you said there's 4 rooms on top, like as in like we could actually stay there, whereas the other one is mainly just a shop, though, right? I'm still leaning towards the west one, but I just want to be clear. Can we get it
The
out of the
one in the
tanning cup?
west, it is 2 stories high, but there isn't really a second floor. It's kind of all open, maybe like a loft area,
Kind of like the storage area for what was there before.
possibly. And then the first location has like what obviously was four rentable bedrooms up top. Not necessarily in great shape now, but it's already built and they're already there. A little bit of time and effort will clean them up and they'd be usable.
One was probably where somebody lived during their business, and the other was not. You could turn the upper floor into living spaces as well if we needed to.
Correct.
Kind of up.
Although I have to find costs for everything because there's no building rules in Pathfinder 2.
Yeah.
Free.
And it's not free.
Well, I'm gonna be curious on that end because I got some guild skill and I want to use it.
Oh, I
Get
know.
us some deals. Um, I'm honestly okay with both of them. I kind of favor the western location. I think it'll help some of our stuff a little bit more effectively. But the other one's in the trade ward, which I mean is always going to have good traffic. The other concern is, oh, that reminds me, Zargan. Which are either of these wards issues for people like Kruga and Glizik walking around? I know they always kind of get side-eyed because of Goblin and Orc.
No.
Kruger has no issue walking around these
I
areas.
know, but okay. So if that's not really an issue, we're nowhere near the fancy district. What's that? Lakeshore, Castle Ward.
Lake Ward is like middle class, upper middle class. Lake Shore is where most of the nobles in that are. And then of course the Castle Ward.
Now I know where I must smuggle Kruger.
I kind of prefer the eastern one just because it already has like bed stuff set up. It makes it sound like that there's more room upstairs.
Yeah,
So a bit more like area for like personal things.
it's probably a better location for business too.
Yeah,
Which
because
always
it does say it's off a secondary out like road on a corner, as opposed to the other one that's basically an alley. Yeah, but just as far as like living arrangements, which is the only thing that Kruger really cares about,
yeah, and
that's the one.
we can always expand everything else that we want to. Like the cellar might be smaller, but we can always hire some dwarves to do that, or whoever fucking does the architectural structure work.
Dwarves.
There's a guild for that.
It's probably headed by a dwarf, but they're equal opportunity. Just no halflings. You ever seen them do? You ever seen a halfling as a stonemason? I don't think you have. There's a reason.
They're fat and lazy, like goblins.
Hey, Goblin's not fat.
At least if you hit a goblin, they'll do the work. You hit a halfling, they just disappear.
The puff of smoke. Pink mist.
What about the rest of you? We've got.
I'm
Um,
okay with it. Yeah, I mean, either one will work for us. So it's just flavor wise where we want to start, plunking down and stuff. Yeah.
I have 0 cares.
I kind of figured Galgrim would be a abstain for very many reasons.
Where do you not want to live?
I mean,
Voting is being part of
Town.
society.
I figured the western one might have been the preferred one because it's faster to get the fuck out of there. But at the same time, I kind of figure you'll just be here when you're here and just kind of be floating wherever the hell you are otherwise.
Now, if we build you a tunnel down below society, you're not really in society, right?
Does a Viet
Buildings
Cong,
are society.
does a
No,
Viet
no, no.
Cong tunnel qualify as civilized accommodations?
Like we'll just have a
You're
well
talking
out in
to
the
a
front yard.
dwarf.
Yeah, but it's Viet Cong style, so they're definitely shoddily placed. Will probably collapse. Definitely
Viet Goblin style.
not. um,
Now that you talked about it, kobolds could be a possibility as well too, right? They like tunnels.
dig a tunnel. Yeah, but the problem is they always like to trap them too, thinking that
Good.
everybody they like won't ever trip them,
Put them on the payroll.
but then they put them on the payroll. What about you, Zakara? You've been pretty quiet.
I'm reading all the new locations. Uh,
A lot of them don't have much to them, but stuff will be filled in as you guys learn more about them and such.
I'm already offering Zargan to do a blueprint floor plan because I'm probably going to pick up Dungeon Draft to try it out, and this would be a good way to do it. And then I might see if I can share that with Zargan.
The stuff you guys know about the wars and stuff is what you're going to be picking up during your week or so of a downtime. So
Yeah.
are they? What about the surroundings for each location? Are they pretty crowded or kind of off by themselves?
I think the west one was kind of off by itself because it was in some alleys, like a couple
it's
streets
not really
up.
off by itself. There are the west one is kind of in like a slum area, very much low rent living area because nobody wants to live next to a tannery, even if it's not tanning anymore. The other ones up, the other ones, I mean, they're both in a heavily residential area, but the eastern one up in the trades ward is a nicer neighborhood overall.
Residential immunity.
Just been revoked. Boom.
I think I would like the one in the trades ward more, but so open with I'm so open to the western one.
What about you, Valis? I see you over there scratching your chin, thinking. Scratching your
Raising your
chin with
shield.
thinking, scratching your chin with your foot. Cup of coffee in the other foot.
Did you know?
I know you, Zargan.
Mm,
Any thoughts? Because I know you wanted to do some crafting as well. I'd figure the trade one would have its strengths, but then the west one might
so
also.
does the west one.
Yeah, the west one might be a little bit more out of the way.
I like the idea of making like a kind of a Viet Cong tunnel underneath the walls.
That's the idea he latched onto.
No, I came up with that before anyone said anything about it.
Mhm.
Really?
I mean,
Hmm.
when it comes to smuggling,
Yeah,
I mean we're in the middle of a good sized city. You tunnel under this place, you're probably going to hit a sewer eventually, which could also have
true.
its strengths. Just as long as you close the door behind you. Well, I know me and Glizzik are kind of good with either one. I'm starting to favor more the eastern location, though, for what a lot of us intend to do.
Kruga intends to drink.
We've
Oh,
got
there's bars everywhere.
we've got Kruga and Zakara who want the east side, and Glizzik is kind of favoring what the west one was. Your final take? He's ignoring me.
No, I'm sorry. I was looking at spells for the day. Um, I'm okay with doing either one. Honestly, they both have advantages, and I can work with both. So initially, I was saying the west one might be okay just because of the closeness to the wall, and be more out of the way. But at the same time, I also wanted to be in an area that we can actually do business and have like people coming into our shop because they want to.
Yeah, the more I think on it, that's kind of my line of thought on the east one now.
Plus, if we're not living inside this shop, then we're gonna have to pay rent somewhere whenever we come to town.
Which is true as well.
So I was kind of west, maybe I'm heading more towards the tavern and the trades wards now.
I will say that Kruga's vote is not very strong either way. You guys saw him on the island. He literally just slept open to the elements and didn't really give a shit. So anything's really better than that for him.
We'll
He's
put them
only
on the roof.
he's only got 3 different variants of Lyme disease now for it too.
We just have like hammocks on the roof of it.
Just don't plant a tree up there. Have you ever thought about the logistics of having a tree on your
Calgrim.
roof?
Calgrim, we can put a tree on the roof. We just, like hang from the tree to sleep.
All right, sounds like we're kind of aiming more eastern than western. Because Galgrim abstains and Valis says he was kind of favored the west, but just the other two alone already outweigh that one. Sounds like east.
Alrighty.
You need like a vote system where people can just anonymously put in their votes, Sargon.
There is a vote system, but it's not very good.
Well, it's basically the yes/no one.
Yeah.
I mean, we could do that as well if we have anything that's just two choices.
Not necessarily for this one because I think we've got it settled at this point.
Yeah, even though
You
the
can
ones
still,
going west aren't really that attached to it.
yeah. I mean, you could still Viet Cong tunnel underneath this one. It's just gonna need to be
Yeah.
longer. You're gonna need a cheap source of unexhaustible labor.
Dwarves love digging, right?
Alright, location 2 removed from the map.
Yeah, get out, location 2.
Well, it's not removed, just invisible to you.
Become invisible, location 2. Put chapter house location 1 on my hotbar for later in case I ever need that again.
It'll
do
be
want-
in. It'll have its own thing.
I am probably gonna pick it up soon, Zargan, so I wouldn't mind doing up a blueprint if you don't have one already.
I do not.
It might give me a chance to test this out. I want to see if I can get an ability for you to access it as well, or if they're gonna be stingy and be like 1 IP.
It's hard to say.
Yeah, because it does look like a fun tool. And I don't know about
Alright.
Fantasy Grounds, but Foundry has pretty good integration with it as well. So you can just pop it right over. And I'm sure Fantasy Grounds has something similar. All right.
That is one thing done.
Yeah. The next question I have for Trent in particular is finding a means or contact in which to do some sending or scrying, either or. Because we've got some use for that, some pressing matters to attend to.
Well, there are definitely people in town who can cast that.
I know there's people here, but I'm hoping he can at least point us to one. Because right now we're kind of shooting in the dark. I realize that it's probably going to cost something. I'm not asking him to make it free, but maybe even put in a good word so that someone who otherwise wouldn't give.
Several of the temples could cast them, but temples usually only deal with their own flock.
Or a generous donation, quote, quote.
Well, depends. Sometimes they're even picky about that too. Your best chance would probably be going to the assembly and talking to the mages there and find somebody who can. I'm sure there's somebody there that you could hire to cast it.
As good a place as any to begin. We even got a wizardly type. They can interface or intermingle or whatever wizards do.
Yes, I can interface with my other kind.
Do you like
He has a special slot for that.
they shoot wands at each other or something?
No, we gently touch one.
I've seen Harry Potter. All right, we'll put that on the list for when we head to the academy. Anyone have any other questions?
What of these churches?
Is that a question?
I don't know who they are, even how to identify them.
Oh, you mean Paler and Saint Cuthbert?
Yes.
Crew's gonna go vandalize their grounds every night.
Every night he just punches one brick out of their churches.
They'll notice eventually.
Slowly, one brick
Well-
at a time until a certain symbol is punched into it.
Paler is the god of light of the sun. direct opposite of the Reaper. Paler shines his light over everything, whether it's wanted or not. Some things prefer to operate in the shadows. That is why we oppose them. They also prefer a lawful order, but how we would go about that same order, we also conflict. They feel that the laws should benefit everybody equally for the good of the men of the unwashed masses. The Reaper has taught us that the laws should benefit the select few who rule over the others.
It sounds like ignorance on their part. Laws always benefit the strong.
Some feel they should not. And Saint Cuthbert is kind of the same. He is not a god of sunlight. He is more how can I put it? Maybe dedication and zealotry. Once they are onto a trail or something, they have it stuck in their teeth. They won't ever let it go. The feud between the Reaper and Saint Cuthbert has been going on for hundreds, if not thousands, of years over some minor slight.
Those
So
slights
we
must be
oppose them,
punished.
but do be careful. There is a temple to both of them here in town. Paler, of course, has a much larger temple. His following is much larger and stronger than the second. But
Mainstream gods.
kind of. But Saint Cuthbert is also the god, the only god in the neighboring kingdom, and they tend to be very zealous, very one-minded. It's either worship him or die.
Do you have symbols for either of these so I know how to identify them?
Give me one moment. Yeah, the theocracy of Adon. It's the kingdom to the west. That's really into Saint Cuthbert, and they're very zealous. And
Yeah, we don't need to go down there. Don't do much.
yep. Here's a symbol for Pelor. Basically a big sun, a golden sun.
If you ever forget, just look up
Too
in the
soon.
sky at that big golden orb.
Sister Mary, too soon.
And here's the second.
You could fit one inside of the other.
While Pelor is of a lawful good variety, followers of Cuthbert are usually lawful, but tend to be neutral to good. They are usually on the same side, but sometimes they do differentiate in opinions on minor details. You don't want to be caught between a band of followers of the two of them, especially if they know who you are.
Hunting rights.
Well, they would probably kill you and then argue over who gets to defile the corpses.
Ah, yes, the good defiling things since 1732.
It was the Defiling Act of 1732.
Does the Brotherhood count anyone amongst their allies?
No. Other than the Reaper, we feel more, while we have no permanent allies, we may form alliances with other groups for short term or for specific jobs. It is hard to be allies with lessers.
I understand.
Allies would not be the correct term. They should maybe retainers, perhaps. Servants.
Krugen nods approvingly.
Any other questions?
Only only one for closing, so if anyone's got anything else.
Is she?
But
My response.
You had mentioned access to knowledge earlier. Are there certain places we would go to research things, or can you point us in the direction? I'm particularly interested in learning more about those vampires.
Well, that is a tricky subject. While most chapter houses will develop a large library of, I don't want to say illegal knowledge, but perhaps a lot of it is frowned upon and possibly termed illegal by some. By joining the Brotherhood as you have, it will open up avenues to this knowledge from other chapter houses. And perhaps even down the road, will we get you introduced to certain members of society here in town that may further your knowledge seeking. Most of those requests would go through Guillermo. He knows who he needs. He knows who he needs to know in town, and he will be your liaison moving forward. I am only here for a few more days, and then I am, of course, leaving. I have much work to do elsewhere as well. So, in basic, in out of game terms, they would be able to get you in touch with knowledge sources, but it may not be overnight. At least
Once
not
they're
up front.
once they're sure they can trust you.
Part of that, and then part of it will be developing your own library and so forth here as well.
Okay, so nothing readily in town.
I would not say that. Like I said, we do have contacts in town, but Guillermo would be the one who would. You would tell him what you're looking for. He would go to them and either arrange a meeting with them for you or bring back information for you. At least for now. There is a. Oh, what's the right word? Say probationary period where your privileges are not as much as they will be.
Understood.
And trust is usually earned slowly.
Anyone else?
The car asked my questions. I'm good.
You sure you don't want to know where the closest Red Robin is?
Chili
Yum.
cheeseburgers.
Where's the nearest Golden Corral?
I do have
Oh
a.
man,
What are you, 60?
I haven't been to a Golden Corral since.
You mean the Golden Trough?
Take the last steak.
I
The
did have a.
Waffle House. Where's the Waffle House?
God,
It's overrun with vampires.
Zeke,
For the vampire.
we can tell you where it's at, but Zeke owns it. So
I thought that was the McDonald's. Don't touch the salt.
You have another question, Zakara?
Yeah. So most of us are new to this. Uh, what what are the consequences if we accidentally go against one of the rules?
That would all depend on which rule and severity of the offense. At some point, I hope, once you've matured as a group and a chapter house, most of that policing will be within your own ranks. Once we have chosen a leader for this chapter house, it will be their responsibility to run it and enforce the policies.
Galgrim is the obvious choice.
He has everyone's respect.
The current leader
No conflict of
is
interest.
the current leader would be Guillermo, but he's not intended to be the permanent leader or long term.
We're a stepping stone, a resume filler.
He's an interim leader.
Everybody's got to do the thing where they got to watch the new guy. Part of the management program. Well, if no one else has anything, then I had a personal inquiry. You've been in the town a time, yes? Long enough to have a lay of the land?
Somewhat, yes.
Are you aware of however many bleachlings there may be in the city, or at least the gnomish population?
What are these words?
Yes, the gnomes. There is perhaps 500 or 600 of them of your kind here in within the city.
A decent sample size. Not the best.
Sample size.
I have
You plan on
particular.
doing some sampling?
I intend to do what I can to alleviate the bleaching process. It tends to go better when there's more to gauge the mental status of. See
No.
what works, see what offers. Tinctures might be able to spark something.
You do you, but obey the rules of the Brotherhood. And if you disobey the laws of the city, don't get caught or drag the your allies or the Brotherhood into it.
Of course, simply over the table. Exterminate.
Exterminate.
Nothing so uncouth, I assure you. It's just difficult to find people willing to try anything on the road.
Well, I would think so. Looking at some of your companions here, some of them have been in situations where they would try anything once.
That's certainly not the issue with these ones, yes. I was referring more to my kind. The ones who are usually
Ah,
on the road don't last too long, and the ones who aren't don't tend to go to it.
understood. Well, if
So-
there are no further questions, I do know Guillermo has somebody to introduce you to. So I will bid you a farewell. And he kind of leaves. And Guillermo, who's been standing over there the whole time, kind of comes up, kind of takes center stage. If I could do voices, I would do a cool, like a little bit of a Latino voice, but I can't. Yes. I know some of you, your kind, you adventurers, sometimes come into contact or acquire various goods and or need certain goods. While most of those goods are hard to find, in town we deal with what's called a broker. There are several in town. I happen to know one and have dealt with him in the past, and he is willing to work with new clients. Now, he does not work for free, nor is he infallible. And to be honest, he's not the best in town, but for starting out, he's going to be who will work with you. Down the road, perhaps as you get more of a reputation, other ones who are more specialized or better, they have more connections in other cities and such, may assist you. But basically, he, for hard to find items or items that you do not want to spend your time finding. If you crawled around the city for a week, you could find a lot of stuff. But who has a week to spend? You have much more important things to spend, so you hire a broker to do these things for you. He buys and sells items on your behalf. When he sells an item for you, depending on the item, you would give it to him up front, and then he would sell it, and then come back to you with the agreed upon sum. If you are looking to purchase, you must give him a deposit up front, then he goes off and tries to find these items for you. When he finds them, he buys them, brings the item back to you. Now, there are some stipulations. He must know where you're going to be. So if you change your place where you sleep every day, that's not a good location, for him to find you. But with a chapter house, he can bring it to the chapter house and leave it with me for next time you are in town or next time you stop by. Now, he does mostly a cash business. He does take some items in trade, but it is, once you have developed a rapport with him, his prices may come down. And with that, he goes to a door, opens it, motions someone in, and another fella comes in. I don't have a picture for him. Introduces himself as Mateo Padilla. He's a middle-aged, probably in his 30s, human male. Dressed surprisingly very common. But his clothes are clean. There's a nice, sharp creases to them. Definitely may not be rich clothing, but they're definitely well made, well used, but well taken care of. And he is clean, which is not, you can't say that for a lot of the people in this town. So basically, this is how you buy and sell magic items in town without you having to spend your time doing it.
Okay.
He can only do so much at a time, which is why I made sure I put out posts for you guys to pick your top 3 items in order that you want him to try to find for you. Now, being how he does not know you are just meeting, he requires 50% of the price of the item up front. So say you want him to find you an item worth 100 gold, you have to give him 50 gold up front. Then when he'll go off, he'll find the item, he'll acquire the item, bring it back, and then you pay the rest on delivery. So, for those of you who had lists of items, I think everyone had an item or two on their list, if not a dozen.
1 or 2.
either put it in the chat here, private chat me here in Fantasy Grounds, in Discord. Send me your 3 items you want him to work on. Remember, you have to pay half up front.
Half of
And
each
in
item?
half of each item.
Oof.
Because, he may be gone for 2 days and find one of your items. So basically, he will find, he will work on 3 items at a time for you. And the system I have developed runs every so many days, he gets a roll. If he makes a roll, he finds the item.
Finds an item or the item.
The item you're looking for. Whatever is your top, whatever he's working on for you one at a time, kind of. So say your top 3 things is a potion of invisibility, a cloak +1, which I don't think those exist, and boots of elven kind, in that order. He works on the invisibility potion first. Every so many days he gets a roll. If he makes a roll, he found one. You gave him half the money up front, he buys it. He'll bring it back to you. That might be, say it takes him every 2 days he gets a roll. It could take 2 days, it could take a month. You pay the same. You pay, the full price of the item, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Most items prices are right out of the book. Although some items, depends on their rarity, might be more expensive. And definitely harder to find. So the lower the level of the item, the quicker he can find it. The higher the rarity of the item, the harder it is to find. So a level 5 item will take X amount of days, no matter what the rarity is. So every so many days, he'll get a roll. The DC of his roll will depend on the rarity of the item. It's the same rules we will use when you guys are searching for items, but you guys have to spend downtime and X number of days.
Whereas he's his own independent thing.
Correct. So basically, you pay him, and he goes off and saves you time. The nice thing about it is, you don't really pay him any more than you would buying the item yourself. So if you want an item worth 100 gold, you would end up paying him, most cases, 100 gold total for it. He makes his money off buying it cheaper than what he will sell it to you for. Just like a regular shopkeeper.
Just for people to be aware, here are the 2 items that I'd be interested in seeing if you'd go search. One is for, I think, would be benefiting the group, and one for myself. The bag of holding being the group one.
Mm-hmm. I was also interested in that as well too. As well, mine too. I sent to Jordan.
Bag of holding is the only magic item on my list.
Yeah.
I'm just searching for a bracelet of dashing.
So if I feel like the bag of holding will probably have to chip in for across the group, because there's a cheaper one, but then there's one that's twice as good that's not quite as cheap at this level. So depending on which one the group would want to spring for, we're either putting up 37 gold up front or 150. If we wanted to, break in the new guy, or break in the broker, as it were. Broke the broker.
Could also look for 2 smaller ones.
It would split. It would be the same cost and kind of split up the load.
That would be cheaper, right?
It would be cheaper, yeah.
For same weight, yeah. Half.
Well, and it makes sense so multiple people can have their bags of holding.
Alright, so Kruger, you want that bracelet?
Yep.
Alright, that'll be 29 gold. Mark it off.
Okay.
I addended it.
Shit.
So, if that's really...
It's 29 gold up front.
Sargon, do you know how much gold I had before the session started?
No.
Accidentally, I was trying to type minus 29 and it just overwrote what was in there.
Hold on, let me see if I can find it.
You can get 4 of the smaller bags for the price of the big one.
You had 61 gold.
Okay.
I'm writing all mine down with pencil now, just in case before I touch anything.
Fine, Megan. I'll switch it to each.
Well,
God.
Just so in case I touch it. Thank you.
Either way, regardless of the bag of holding situation, Zargan, I want to see if he can find that crown. So I'll pay 125.
oh, I
up
thought
front.
I was telling myself what I wanted.
No, you're not Zargan. You got to listen to Zargan.
$25 bulk's a lot.
It is a good amount, yeah. Especially for those who can't carry a lot to begin with on their own actual person.
Yeah.
I mean, that's almost twice what Kruger's limit is.
Oh wow, I thought it was pound, but bulk is huge.
Yeah.
Yeah, bulk. It's bulk.
The other one I was looking at was sleeves of storage, which costs more than the bag of holding.
Oh, I saw those. They look neat.
But you can also stick your familiar up one of the sleeves too. It only is 10 bulk for 100 gold, but you can actually put your familiar up one side if you don't use it to store anything else. Yeah, that was neat.
Sleeve snake.
Yeah.
So you got 125 gold on you.
I do. I'm just waiting for you to tell me
Now
to
you
mark
do
it off.
realize if he comes back in like 6 days with this, you owe him the rest of the money.
Yeah. That's kind of the
So-
kicker there. Is if he finds it quick, might have to borrow.
Yeah.
Let's hold off on the crown then for the moment.
Go ahead and get it. I will. I think I have enough to cover you.
There's certainly no obligation to do so.
I have nothing else other than the bag of holding, which seems like we're doing as a group. So I can
Crown.
spot you. I can spot you the extra if.
All right, guys. Not to interrupt you, but I can't tell who's posting shit in chat.
Zargan posted everything.
The
Zargan, I just sent you mine in the Kruger chat.
Yep.
crown is for not necessarily myself because it doesn't do anything for me by itself. Well, I mean, it does give a diplomacy bonus, but I mean, the badge does too. But it does allow me to link with somebody else and take half their damage.
That
Which
is
is
more than worth me spending money on if I have to, or spotting you for basically, if I need to.
And if it happens to end through duration, I believe, instead of me going unconscious or someone going unconscious, both of the person I'm linked to gets 48 hit points restored, and I recover half. So that's the quick and dirty of what the item does. Okay, I'll put the order in. We'll worry about the next part when and if he finds it soon. I will mark off that 125.
Yep. So Galgrim, you don't want anything then if you're saving your money?
Well, I mean, I'll buy the custom leather made stuff, but
No, I'm talking magic things. I'm talking like the bag of holding.
the only magic thing I had on my list is a bag of holding. That sounds like we're getting 1 to 2 as a group. So
Well, why don't you get one of them then?
because I just promised basically all of my gold to cover Valis or Raz if he gets
All
his
of your
item.
gold?
You confuse us.
75 for the bag, man. How much gold do you not have? We just got
How
paid.
much is platinum to gold?
10.
10.
Oh yeah, I can cover a bag of holding.
Yeah,
too.
get one for yourself. You can put your bear in there when you're not looking.
I
You
don't
can
think
stay there
you
for
can
10
put the bear
minutes.
in there.
10 minutes.
You can put the bear's head in there and get it stuck like a pot of honey.
Shrink the bear down. Make him young for a little bit. You got that spell.
So yes, I will throw in for. I was waiting on the bag of holding discussion before I sent you anything.
I'm now down to 80 gold in my pockets. 85, I guess.
Zargan, I put mine in chat just to be less confusing.
Yep, I saw.
Cool.
I'm sending you to.
Which one of those do you want? I'm assuming you want the lesser one?
For me, the lesser one, yeah.
No, Glizzy.
Those are all first levels based on the price, yeah.
Okay.
I can't afford anything at second level for any of the items I was interested in. halfling thing
Can't
will be
afford the bag. Fuck.
the one I want the most, but it's 675. Eventually, I will be able to cook for you folks even better. That's
Bag.
another
Eventually, I'll be
day.
able to cook it all. If we all chipped in for a single bag of holding, it'd be 12.5 gold each.
I feel that's doable. That's going to be party loot essentially
Do
anyway.
it.
It'll let you bring things like your repair kit and my cauldron and
Yeah,
things
I
like
mean, we
that
only
that are
got to.
heavier.
I mean, we only have to cover half of that up front, but which would be 6 gold, 2 silver, 5 copper.
We're split in 306 ways,
No, you only have to pay up a half up front.
so 25.
What?
Pay 25 now, then 25 later.
But you have to split it 6 ways.
We were talking about getting 2 of the small ones.
Oh,
okay.
I was talking about 1 bag, a cut each, is what all I did.
Okay.
But if we're doing 2 each, then we just basically double that to 12.5 gold.
I'm just gonna pay for a bag, and
Listen.
I'll be the one that carries it. And then you 5 can split another bag. I don't care.
Okay, so the 5 split 5 ways then.
15
Yes.
each total, so 7.5.
Just
You
worried
meant
about
7.5?
splitting it because I don't know how much a spell's going to cost.
This is true as well, and it's gonna be pricey because the lowest I think of the 2 was a 5th rank. And Galgrim's getting a bag just to keep on himself. I mean, if we ever even reach a weight issue, we can temporarily just utilize his bag and then because we don't. Oof. I don't want to say like we'll use his bag that he bought for himself, but if we ever needed to, like we've got a
Probably-
situation that Kruger can't carry 800 fucking things.
I mean, I can, generally speaking, carry 6 bulk without even hitting penalty. 6 more bulk than what I'm already carrying without hitting penalty.
I'm also getting saddlebags for the bear, so we'll be able to start using its bulk for carrying stuff.
I think maybe we'll be able to hold off on just Galgrim's bag if we even need to use it, and the saddlebags, and see where we go from there. Because Kruger's right, we need a couple of scrying or sending spells.
So you're looking at the little bag of holding, Galgrim?
Yeah.
Like 50 gold one,
75.
75 gold one. You make the joke, Glizik, but I think there is something like that. Like a really small pouch-sized one.
The pouch of useful items, the little furry pouch.
Yeah.
Remember?
Zakara, is there anything you're looking for?
I mean, bag of holding. Everyone wants that. But if we're
Kruger.
gonna.
Do you want your own?
I think in the long term, everybody wants their
Because I
own.
don't think the party's buying one at the moment.
Oh, we're
Galgrim's-
holding off on it completely.
Well, Galgrim's getting his own, and that's it so far.
Surprised nobody else is after the crafter's eyepiece for +1 to crafting.
Doesn't
Kruger was looking at it, but
Yeah, I get bigger purchases.
Doesn't help me. I already got it.
Thought in this group, everyone would be like, more bonus.
Well, at least I got it for the one thing I craft that I actually want to craft.
I mean, if you don't have anything you want or anything that you can afford right now, that's fine.
I've pretty much spent what I'm spending. Unless we're going in for another bag, then I'm done here.
Waiting on Zakara to give me anything if she wants anything.
I will. Oh, I'll get a second bag of holding then.
Vorpal.
Vorpal
A
bag of
baby
holding.
one or a medium one?
Baby, I can't even afford the medium one.
I don't know how much gold people have unless I look.
I don't have 300.
Do you have the 150 put the down payment on? Then you just have to steal enough stuff that would fit
During
into the bag
downtime.
of holding.
in potentially 2 days. Yeah.
I feel a poodle coming on.
Alrighty. So, Galgrim, mark off 37 gold and 5 silver. Glizzik, mark off 60 gold. Kruga, 29, which I think you already did.
Yep.
Rad's 125, I think you did.
Yes, sir.
Valis, 115. And Zakara, 37 gold and 5 silver.
What'd you order, fancy boy Valis?
Magic book.
Magic book. Is that like a spell book that won't like burn up in lava?
Yeah, pretty much.
The other thing you want, Valis, you can just buy that at like the guild at the university.
I do think that is our next stop.
But they just have that
Guild?
shit for sale.
Well, the
It's used in
academy.
any ritual uses the same type of components. Valis.
Oh.
They all use black onyx for ritual. So resurrection, unless it says otherwise, most times it says, stuff like that is not looked upon as bad as, saying, hey, I need this for a necromantic ritual. You just go in and say, hey, I need some black onyx. They'll ask you how much. And as long as it's within a normal amount, and depends on how much they have on stock, they'll sell you whatever you got cash for.
A ritual to raise the dead. Is it good? Is it bad? It's none of your business, is what it is.
You'll find out, won't you?
Alrighty, we got a good smorgasbord of items here. Alright, next thing we are going to cover for downtime is crafting. Because that's a long-term event, so we want to get it started. And several of you want to craft, and several of you want to reverse engineer. The issue is they both take a lot of time.
I don't know how much I would want to do, though, without seeing how much the scrying is going to cost.
Well, I understand that, but I'm just doing this at the moment.
Can I ask the group a question?
You surely can.
Well, the plan for me was going to make oil of potencies, which give us essentially you could rub it on a weapon or your armor, and it gives you +1 to hit and double damage for your dice. Which the folks that are melee or missile, like non-magic attacks, already have gotten their runes set up. So is it more advantageous for me to try and just reverse engineer the invisibility potion and spend my time doing that first? They cost a lot. They're 20 gold per potion.
Damn.
Yeah. The other ones were 7
Jesus.
gold per potion. So I was like, I'm fine. At least we can get +1 AC and +1 to saves if we slap it on your armor before we head into a boss fight.
So basically, it gives you, like, if you put it
+1.
on a weapon, it's +1 potency and striking. If you put it on armor, it's +1 potency and resilience.
Correct. And it lasts for a minute for 7 gold. And if I spend the full 8 days going at it, it'll only be half that, so 3.5 gold each.
Well, the 8 days, I just say 8 days, but it might be less than that.
Okay.
Because what it does, you spend 4 days minimum to craft something. And at that point, you pay half the money of the total cost of the items you're making. And then after the 4 days, you can decide right there to spend the other half, and you're done. They are built. They're in your pocket. Or you can continue working on them to lower how much more money you have to spend. Now, depends on, like, I believe for the potions you're talking about, Glizzik, you would need an additional, what? Was it 8? Was it 20? Was it? There were 3.5. So it'd be like 21 gold.
Correct.
That would take you like another 7 or 8 days to remove the cost of that at your level.
Okay.
Because you are 7th level, which means you're making 2.5 gold a day off the price. And that goes for any kind of crafting. It's based on the earned income chart.
Okay.
So at 7th level, no matter what you guys do, you spend half in cash up front to make it. Then you can either spend the other half or you work it off as your earned income payments. And each of you, added with an expert skill, you can make 2 gold and 5 silver a day off that.
Quick disclaimer: I know I only have expert in crafting, but I know at least one other person has master now, so they'll be
Well,
easier.
at this level, it's the same amount.
Same. Okay. Cool.
It's the same amount for quite up until 10th. 10th level,
Yep.
they start being different.
Two. So
And if
I
you're only
just
trained, it's only 2 gold a day off.
I just wanted to find out what people would be interested in before I commit to it. I know one has kind of spoken up before, but I definitely want to learn the invisibility potion because I think that's something that we could use for sure. But the oil of potency is kind of a little redundant for some of it. The need's not as great, but the price is right. How long do you think it would take to reverse engineer Zarkin? Is that going to be a hey, you make one check every day to try and figure it out, or what?
Nope. Reverse engineering. I have the rules for it here. It takes 4 days. It's just the same as crafting. After 4 days, you make the check. If you succeed, depends on how you succeed. At that point, you can buy the formula for its normal price out of the book.
Which is just the cost of like one object.
No, it all depends. The formula prices are different than the price of the objects. Usually less.
Is that the
Okay.
same for alchemical stuff?
Yes,
Okay.
the rules are the same. And then you can start. You can spend more time to lower that cost. I just buy the same amount, be 2.5 gold a day. So let me grab. What level was that potion of invisibility for?
I think so. Let me see here. It should be in the core book, and
It's on the item in your inventory.
yeah.
Yep, level 4. So after spending 4 days, if you make the check, you can then spend 5 gold to learn it, to put it in
Okay.
your book.
Well, inside the null, but yeah.
Or you could start working or spend 2 more days to get it for free. Because you would take 2.5 gold off it each day you worked on it.
Okay.
So basically, if you made the check on day 4, you could work for a total of 6 days and put it in your book for free. But the potion is destroyed. And
if
then depends on the check is what is also has some modifiers.
Okay. I think I'd like to proceed with that first and then make a decision on how many more days I want to commit to it.
Yeah, you can.
I just don't know how much time we're going to have all together because we have to figure out how much time we need and what everyone's okay with.
Well, we were looking at 7 to 8 days. Basically, the weapons they submitted won't be available for 8 days, so you have 8 days of downtime. Does not mean the party could not have longer downtime, but I think you guys will be out of money by then.
Might
The
have
longer
to
downtime
subsist.
is what was it?
We might have to subsist for a little while to make a little cash. Ply our trades or something.
Oh, I mean, you can
Working.
work. It's called earning income for a reason. But if you're working, you're not doing downtime stuff. I mean, that is your downtime stuff. You're working 10-hour days or whatever it is. I mean, we don't have to go. We don't have to settle crafting, but before we start burning days, I want people to decide if they're crafting. Because if we burn like 1 or 2 days, that could screw with people's crafting plans.
I I, I don't know if I'm gonna craft or not because I want to save as much as I can for these um, for the scrying or sendings.
Oh, I understand.
Like if
I'm
you ask
just
that question after the next step, then I would have a much more concrete answer for you.
But you're still going to try and reverse engineer the poisons and stuff, right?
That's that's the plan, but I also need to
you
buy a
can't.
lab for that. You mean I can't? You said I can.
Well, the one is too high level,
Well, the wyvern poison's too high, but everything else I have I can do, like the blood crystals.
provided you have somewhere to work. Yep,
Yeah, it's gonna be 5 gold for a lab, but we have a
or
place
more,
at least. It's 5 gold for a lab. The improved one doesn't do anything for me. I've got the goggles.
or more.
There's no portable lab. I don't have the gold for that. Um, so I mean, I'm already gonna mark off. Well,
Only
in
only thing
practice,
you should have marked off now is money you spent last
right?
session and stuff
I've
you paid
I got
Mateo for the
I have
road.
earmarked 5 gold for a lab. That
I
much is
got
already gone. I've got like 86 gold in my pocket worth of coin right now, and 5 of that's going to a lab. But that's as much as I'm going to be able to say right now because I want to save the rest of it for sending slash scrying.
I mean, if we want to go to some of the guilds, we can do that. But before we start burning days and time, I just wanted the crafters to understand that crafting takes a long time.
Right. And I mean, we only just got the choice of which house we're going to go to right now. I'd imagine there's
Yeah.
probably a bit of dead time before they hand us the keys,
Well, they're
as
gonna
it were.
need to spend some time cleaning it up and getting it ready too.
Right. Like I think the next place we wanted to go once we were done talking to Trent was the academy. Because that was our next lead on some
The
sendings and
assembly.
scryings. The assembly. The assembly academy. The academic assembly.
You guys can do that. Is everyone going there?
I am.
Yes.
I know at least the smart people.
I mean, if that's
Wow.
where I can get the scrying done, potentially, yeah.
Would be good if Kruger joined us. If we can make it happen, then he can probably give the best description. All I've got is that sketch he did.
It's the stick figure with tusks.
Look
So
just like
timeline
this.
wise, what day are we doing this? This is like the very next day.
This is pretty much yes. This is basically day one of downtime.
And just for my knowledge, I've already seen Ferris.
That was the night before. Yes.
Got it.
I don't think you shared that with anyone. Have you?
Saw who?
Saw who?
Who? New room. Who dis?
Dave Ferris?
Paris Manus.
Oh, I did want to that night after he left. I did want to check my bags and things to see if he took anything.
He did not.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, I have no problem heading to the assembly.
Okay. It's you guys are walking. You're about halfway. You're about in the middle of town, so it'll take you, 15, 20 minutes to walk over there. Nope, you're not going into the lake shore, so
Gotta go the long way.
no. You go pretty much just head east down the trade road, and then hook a right down the palace road, and it's right there.
Right there. Oh, I was looking at the wrong thing.
Gelgrim, can you turn into like a dolphin? We can just ride across the lake.
I mean, yes, but no.
Aha! Free
Well,
dolphin
yes, but
ride.
actually no. Yeah, we'll head to the assembly. I don't know if this is something Valis wants to take the head on, or if we just say, "Hey, we're looking for some services." I'm good
I'm
with
not
either.
the social one. I'm the nerd. You're the social one.
Nerds talk better with nerds. I mean, I'm fine with taking the lead.
Lies.
Plus, I
All
imagine you
right.
probably don't have a literal wizard at the frickin' front desk.
You never know.
Like the gatekeeper of Oz when they get to the Emerald City.
Right.
I had an A&M once.
All right, you guys hike over there. I put a little description of the area. If you click on the little, so it's about a 4-foot high stone wall enclosing several large arcing buildings with towers, and the gates. There's several gates, and there is like men, not like in armor and weapons, standing guard at the gates. The gates are closed. You kind of go up and ask, they kind of give you a few questions. Well, actually, you go up to the gates, and there's a gentleman there. What are you doing?
What race?
Pound it.
The gentleman or the gate?
Both at the same time. I have flurry of
Yeah.
blows.
He appears human.
All right, I'm gonna tune the diplomat to human before we showed up.
Okay.
Let's see, I gotta make the check. Oop to doot doo. I always forget what check it is. I know it is. Items in here somewhere. There it is.
The 3 people at the gate are all wearing like a dark red robe.
DC 20 recall knowledge about people of whatever race it
Humans.
is. So society then.
If you guys haven't, make sure you have 1 hero point.
Ooh, a little close. I do need to give myself a hero point. Okay, so the item bonus is just +2 instead of +1 if we even need it. All right. The guards up there will come on up. Who's with me in total?
I believe the whole part.
Whole party?
I heard magic, so I'm there.
Okay. All right. We'll approach the guards. I'll kind of shorthand this since we're on a lot of time here.
The guards are on the inside of
on
the gate, just so you know.
They're on the inside of the gate. All right. I'll have Valis hold me up. No. Walls.
But the
4-foot walls are
uh,
a little
It is
taller.
like a wrought iron fence. You can, I mean, it's not like a wall. It's not like a wooden gate.
Well, we'll come up, convey that we have a wizardly type looking to get a little bit of research knowledge done, and then we are also while the rest of us are here for some services. Hopefully, somebody in here can provide in regards to messaging.
Which of you is the user of magic?
I shall raise my hand.
Prove it.
Fireball, go for it.
Fireball.
He
You get
asked for
permission.
it.
Summon skeleton.
Right behind him, tap him on the shoulder.
Shield.
I should probably do something less explosive, and I'll do light.
His eyeballs. Inside his eyelids. Perfect.
You cast a little light cantrip, and it's during the morning, so it's fairly brightly lit, anyways. But definitely can tell that you cast something.
Ouch.
And what rank spells are you capable of?
Do I lie or not?
Are you good at lying?
No, I'm not. Third.
So he lies anyways. All right.
7th level.
Yeah, no, 7th level is 4th level spell.
I was whispering to Ishi.
I don't know what the hell he knows.
It says level 3.
I know Key Rush.
Scroll down.
Everybody doesn't have any memorized.
Oh,
Saving those slots for
maybe they were
bigger,
used.
juicier fireballs.
I can't. Don't let me
What?
prepare them.
Wow, we're just gonna point out his arcanile dysfunction, huh?
I'm just discovering my arcane dysfunction.
You should,
How about
be able to
how about
do it.
now?
It's weird. I had to close and open it again.
He had to turn off his arcane and turn it back on again.
Yep.
Yeah, I had to jiggle it
He
a
had to
little.
reboot. He
Restart
had
the
to
modem.
reboot himself.
You have to toggle your arcane focus a little.
Are you registered with the Watch for Order?
Not yet.
I am.
He looks over at Glizik. You?
Uh-huh. Sure. When I first got here.
And what magics do you possess?
Elemental. Primal.
What are you, a shaman? Some sort of witch
Yes.
doctor?
Uh-huh. And I doffed my cap to him, and Nanul's still sitting there. But right now, Nanul looks like a goblin. Because I took that ability for the day. He just has ice cubes for eyes, essentially. And
Nice.
he breathes like a little, like, when it's cold out, every time he talks. Hey, how you doing?
I am fine. And yourself?
What you gotta do. It's a day.
I see. Yes, he kind of steps forward, opens the gate, makes a glance at Valis. I do not know when you have entered town, but you are on a limit to before you have to register. Make sure it happens. Kind of opens the gate and lets you guys.
Can I try and just kind of smooth it a little bit for Valis, or attempt to help him with it a little bit? Just
What?
with performance of being like, yeah, we just arrived recently, and they're still thinking it over, but we're probably gonna register.
I mean, he doesn't. He's just like not like making him. He's just telling him that he needs to do it.
Yeah, just trying to make it seem like, yeah, we follow the laws.
We know the truth.
We are the law.
All right, you guys go in. Head into the main building there. You do see numerous people walking around. Most of the people you see are wearing white robes. And the trim on their robes, like on their sleeves and collar and the bottom of the robes, you notice are a variety of different colors. You probably notice 3 or 4 different colors between the people you have seen.
Yeah, Naughty. You noticed
Maybe
3 or
we
4
do.
different colors.
Maybe
What
we
are the
don't.
colors we not notice?
Light gray, medium gray, dark gray, and charcoal.
There you go.
Different ranks, I assume.
It's very confusing.
You go in up to like the main desk. There's a woman there, elderly, probably 50s.
Is
She's
she
wearing
animated?
no. She's wearing a very generic base ground gray robe.
See, told you. Gray.
Don't encourage him. Sorry.
She looks over as you guys walk up. Yes, may I help you?
What is it, morning? Evening? What time of day is
It
it?
is morning. It is
Okay.
morning.
Good morning, madam. We have, business brings us here for a couple of reasons. My compatriot here, I'll nod towards Valis, seeks knowledge of the arcane and whatnot, research. The few of the others of us are looking to procure the services of someone who possesses the ability to message someone at great distance, perhaps even scry. We were pointed that this direction might be the best one to pursue that.
Well, would you like to message them or scry? Those are 2 different abilities.
Were they both the same rank when we were talking, Valis?
They are not.
Which one was the lesser? I assume the
Sending is 5, scrying is 6.
Probably can't hurt to do ascending. Yeah, let's do
Scry.
Alright. One of possess. Let's do both. Let's just test the waters then. We prefer the scrying, though if the for both is available, we may take up one of both.
Yes, both can be arranged. It would be a day or two before the proper person would prepare that spell. And payment would be half up front and half on the day of the casting. For your long distance message is what we call a sending spell. It would cost you 80 gold to have that performed.
That's total, right? That's not the upfront?
That's the total.
And then the
And
message?
scrying
Or scry.
is much higher rank, and that would run you 160 gold.
Fuck, dude.
God damn. Now, if my memory serves, you cannot communicate with someone through a scrying, correct? You may only view them.
Scrying is viewing only, correct? And then they do not always work. You would pay the money, you would pay half up front, the 80, and then 80 again as the person would cast a spell. If the spell fails, you do not owe the second 80, but the original 80 is still the deposit is non-refundable.
Is this something
Scrying spells are not always reliable.
Is this something that you could come back in the future until it succeeds, or is this a one chance succeed or fail?
It's a succeed or fail. Basically, scrying, the person gets a save, and they can't guarantee that they'll fail.
Well, Kruger?
I think we got that scroll.
Mm-hmm. Scroll's pretty expensive stuff.
Scroll, I think, is like 300 gold for that scroll.
Sending would allow you to send a message at the very least. Or the caster, more accurately, I'm sure.
What are the limitations of the communication magic?
It is 25 words or less.
You count with fingers.
And is it just giving a message to that person, or is there any reciprocation?
The message is usually delivered to them mentally, so it's not out loud. She's looking at you, Kruger. And then, if chosen, the recipient, the person who receives it, can reply with a similar 25 word or less message.
Is there a limit on the distance that this spell can reach?
There is, but as long as they're on this plane of existence, it should reach them.
She said it was 100 gold?
80.
80
Oh,
for
80?
sending, so you'd have to do 40 up front. That sending would basically clean out my bank on my end.
Kruger reaches into his pouch, pulls out 4 platinum. I'll take one of these message spells.
I also will pull out 4 platinum and do the same. And I as well.
Nice.
I've marked off 4 platinum.
Mark off your money. She pulls out a book. She makes a few notations. She does ask for your names, one at a time.
Kruger.
Of course. She writes your name. Well, you assume she's writing your name in it. Makes a couple notes. She takes your money. It disappears underneath like the counter. She turns to you, Raz.
Oh, Van Very Bronze.
Van Rady Bronze. She writes the name down, a couple more things, takes your 4 platinum, puts it on the counter. Yes. She kind of flips through a few pages. Yes. We can have one of those spells ready to cast tomorrow, and then one on the following day. You two may decide who would get to go first.
Very well. We make the decision now, or is it just like who shows up tomorrow?
They'd rather you make it now so they know who to expect.
How dire is the need, Kruger? Is she in any danger that you know of?
She's enslaved, so yes.
And that's a problem. who I intend on sending might already be dead for all I know.
If they are dead, they will not receive it,
Well, obviously.
and it would not be
assuming no
refundable.
refunds. Yeah.
Hmm.
Good
If it
business.
failed in that case, will they still have to wait the next day? I assume so.
Well, the spell will not be ready till the next day.
Who only prepares it once when they know 2 people are okay?
I
Damn wizards.
believe Kane can survive one more day. She is a strong woman. Go ahead and go tomorrow.
Are you sure?
I believe in her.
I wish I could say the same for who is dragging. Very well. I'll take it, and I certainly owe you one for it. Oh, yep, I'll go tomorrow then, and then Kruger can take the next day.
Okay. She makes a notation in her little book. Ah, yes. Will there be anything else?
I'm spent unless anyone else wants anything else.
Where would one procure some black onyx?
Ah, we can set you up with some. Are you a member of the assembly?
Not at present.
Ah, most of our purchases such as that require membership.
And what is the process for that? If someone's already registered and interested in becoming a member, do you have a brochure or something like that?
Well, you are referring to registration with the Watchful Order, correct? That is separate.
Okay. We're still new here, so I'm just trying to see. I'm
Understood.
interested in joining you guys,
The
but
interview would be you have to do an interview with a master mage, and if accepted, the requirements would be 50 gold to join.
okay. Is there a yearly fee as well, or just the one-time registration?
There is an annual fee, but that depends on what rank the master decides you are.
Okay.
And that also determines what access you would have to the assembly grounds.
Does anyone else want to go in with me?
I am
That
not a
sounds-
shaman.
I
That
need
sounds
to
like
do
society.
a little bit of my own research first.
Not really my cup of tea. Well, that's not true, but I don't want to really gain much from it.
I want a cup of tea.
Money does go fast. House of Healing might have to wait.
I would like to set up an interview if possible, Zargan. Assuming
Which Zargan? There's several here.
the correct one.
Well, it's definitely not Zargan.
There you go. Ah, yes. And you said you are registered, correct?
Correct.
And your name?
Glizzic Toe Nibbler.
She writes this down in a separate book. We have a opening for tomorrow afternoon at basically 3:00 in the tomorrow afternoon at 3.
Sounds fine. Do I need to bring anything with me?
Whatever you would need for an interview, and if you're accepted, you would need your 50 gold.
Okay, not a problem.
Dress nicely.
If for the job you won't.
There's something like a brochure or something I can read up on the.
A brochure.
What?
No,
So
they
you-
don't have brochures.
So
Yeah,
you
they're
think
fancy. They
you're-
have pamphlets.
It's just a wood carving.
They have a newsletter.
It's a broadside.
That's got some printing press shenanigans going on.
Once a month, they all get together and send out multiple sendings to all the members because the newsletter is so big.
It's like a linoleum print, but made out of wood, so it's just like black ink. You know.
To stop receiving
They
these
have a
sendings,
ditto
I
machine.
stop.
Right, Naughty? A ditto machine.
Yep. Everything comes out with blue ink.
And it smells awful.
Mimeograph?
It smells like.
Mimeograph? Yeah. All of our handouts
And if it's
in
fresh,
school.
it's nice and warm. But
Yep.
So would anyone else need anything?
Nope, I'm good. Whatever's cheap, inexpensive.
All right, if you guys are done here, where next?
That was the big thing. I'm fine with discussing the
Now that you're
potential.
broke.
Now that I'm broke, I gotta admit, I didn't think it'd be quite that much, but then again, I'm glad I definitely saved a little bit. Uh, for your interview tomorrow, Glizik, do you want to borrow this? I'll like tap the diplomat's badge.
Can I use it if I'm untrained in diplomacy?
I don't think it requires any sort of diplomacy. It's just in the event that you do to make a diplomacy check, you got a +1, and if you use it and attune it to the right species or race or whatever,
I
you
don't
can
even
get
know
it to
what's
a
going to
plus.
be asking me questions.
Yeah,
It's okay. I'm sure I will be able to wow whoever I talk to. I'm good at making friends.
very well. Well, if you believe you might need the little extra help, then it's mostly for helping folks see things from your side. If there's not much of that involved, then it would not do you much good. I just rather you be prepared.
Worst case scenario, I charm the guy.
Maybe
I
not to
say,
the.
and I wink at him
Yeah, probably.
within earshot of the secretary, and I smile at her. Toothy
Let's
grin.
see. We need to have a talk.
What? I think he'd be impressed by me trying to do that.
Wizards have good will saves.
Exactly. Once I get my goblin song going, I'm sure it'll be fine.
Just for the record, for you spellcasting people, a master mage is much higher level than you.
Mhm.
But aren't we all master mages?
No.
That'd be Master Magi.
Mhm.
Time to start killing boars.
You need a lot.
Live to win.
That's fine. Just keep leveling up the boars as we go.
All right. If you're done with the assembly, what's your next location to stop at? Or are we ready to do some crafting and pass some time?
I mean, I want to see the House of Healing, but I know I'm not going to buy anything. But I know there might be things other people may want to buy because it tends to be, you know, I'm sure they've got plenty of tinctures and concoctions, elixirs of life, maybe even healing potions. So if anyone else has an interest in that, otherwise I'm just browsing. Sounds like no interest. I'm fine with moving on to crafting. I don't want to look at things I
Okay.
can't afford. I will, since we're on the subject of crafting, I'm gonna have to get the lab, and I will pay for that now, if that's all right.
Go ahead and mark off your 5 gold.
Yeah, 50 silver.
1, 2.
Paying silvers.
It's 500 copper.
I mean, I've got 19 copper. I could have turned one of those silvers into a into 10 copper if I really wanted to go.
Just think about it this way. By rules, by book, each of you will make 200 gold before your next level in cash.
Mm.
The amount you make does go up as you level. Like I said, the first downtime, like here, you guys should spend money, so you're gonna have a lot of stuff you want to do and not enough money to do them.
Yeah, that tired old reason. Yeah, so I'll get the lab and have that sent to our house whenever. It's a 6 bulk lab that requires both hands to carry, so unless you like strap it to Kruger's back, but
I don't think he'd appreciate.
yeah, me neither. But it's a big bulky thing. This is
All right,
not a
mark off the
portable.
5 gold.
I
Can you
did.
put it into smaller pieces and put it in the bag of holding later at least?
You can, but then it's not as useful.
Well, I
No,
mean,
you
Yeah,
could
you have
put
to
an alchemy
reassemble it.
lab in a bag of. You could put it in
yeah.
a
You
bag
just
of
gotta
holding.
like. You'd probably have to do the whole reassemble and disassemble it every morning.
It's fine.
Yeah, but it's doable.
The option exists at least. That's good to know. Yeah, that's just gonna go straight into. That's gonna go straight into the chapter house. I can't carry that.
Yep. Okay. So if we're moving on to crafting, who wants to craft?
Let's
I
see.
do.
I got one thing I want to do. Let me see if I could afford to do it. No, there's no cost on this.
So
Well,
for what?
blood crystal.
That's reverse engineering. That doesn't cost money until you succeed.
That's what I want to do first, time wise, though.
That is what I want to do as well. Because once I get that reverse engineered, I can just prep it every day as part of some of my alchemy stuff if I wanted.
But that'll take a decent amount of time, you said.
It takes
Or
a base 4 days.
Yep.
Do we know how much it would cost at the end of the 4 days? Like, do we know the cost of reverse engineering it up front?
It costs whatever the formula is. So for the potion of invincibility, I believe I said it was 5 gold.
5 gold, yes.
I'll have to look on AON for blood crystal because I don't see it on its page. You're forgetting that sometimes it's faster just to do it from like go back to AON from Google because searching within itself seems to take a while.
What
What?
level item is it? Because the invisibility potion's 4.
Mine's 4 as well.
So it should be about the same, right?
About the same.
Blood crystals.
Other than the fact that it's much, much,
Oh.
much rarer.
Yeah, mine is rare. Rare rarity as well. Rare rarity. This is actually not on AON, so this is a home or not a homebrew, but anyway, what would the cost be, Sarkin? Question to the DM. I'm not finding it.
A level 4 formula is 5 gold base price.
So 2.5 up front to be able to start
Nope.
it.
Nothing up front because you
Oh,
have the
right,
item.
because reverse engineering. Nothing up front, but then I'd have to pay at the end if I didn't spend extra time.
Correct. But after 4 days, you make your check and you pay your money or you work longer.
Now you can pause a project, right? The short version is if I did only the 4 days, I don't have enough. But if we had to stop, I could come back to this later, right? Like if downtime ended and I was still working on something.
I don't think so, no.
Well, shit.
For crafting, I thought you could do some stuff, but I don't remember the exact wording on it. I wasn't sure if that was maybe
It would
learning
depend
formulas or
on what you're crafting. If you're like working on a suit of armor, yeah, you can come back to it because it's not finished yet. But if you're working on like potions or alchemy stuff, you come back a week later. I mean, it's ruined.
I was making this cheese, you see.
Exactly.
I'll get started. Oh, wait, crafting. If the downtime days you spend are interrupted, you can return to finish the item later, continuing where you left off. An example of crafting appears in the sidebar. Yeah. This is just basic crafting downtime rules, though.
Yeah.
You need the alchemical crafting feat to create. Doesn't seem to be a difference between them. It just says you need alchemical crafting to do alchemical items. Otherwise, you follow the same rules.
Okay.
Maybe I just, freezer it and put it in the fridge.
There you go.
I
Put
don't
it
know.
in that micro fridge you got.
Comes with the lab.
I do have those rooms for maintaining temperature. I knew it would come back.
I'll get started with the blood crystal reverse engineering. Then I'll probably just aim to make the cost either to affordable levels or hopefully even free if I do well enough or spend enough time on it.
Let's hope I don't blow anything up.
I'll just have to take a short break tomorrow for a message break.
Alrighty. So the three of you start doing that. Galgrim, Kruga, and Zakara, what are your plans for those for at least the next couple days?
I'd want to start like going down to the docks and see if I can't get any information on Russo and the dead meat and potential locations on Kane.
Okay. Zakara?
Well, I told Kruger I would help search for Kana. Is there anything I can do now, or is that later?
Well, I mean, you could go with him and assist him in that. Cover more ground, and when there's roles involved, you could aid or such.
Yeah, I'll do that. And at some point, I want to just tell Guillermo what I want to look into to have him start on that.
Okay, send me put that into Discord for me. And Galgrim, what do you plan on doing?
Work on getting somebody to start making the armor and stuff for my bear.
Okay.
Avoiding the dwarven shop at all costs if I can.
That's fine. No, that's not the only forge in town.
Everyone else is 50% more expensive.
Their advertisements.
Well, and some of it's leather too. Like the saddlebags would be leather, not smithing. So
the dwarves' advertisement is short height, short price.
Hey, I mean, I have stuff easily it's just, shopping a little bit here for Galgrim. So let's start with the saddle for your bear. There's 3 types available. There's pack saddles, which means you can't ride it, but you can carry a ton of shit. There's riding saddles, and then there's military saddles.
what's the military saddle do?
Which one
It's
has
basically like a
metal?
riding saddle, except it's a higher quality. Basically, the real difference between riding and military is if while riding, the person becomes unconscious or like incapacitated, the military one has a much higher chance of them not falling off the horse or the mount. I'm not going to give the exact percentages, but
yeah, I know. But they hold the same amount in the bags and stuff.
Yes. Well, this is saddle, so the price is a pack saddle is going to run you 5 silver, riding saddle a gold, and a military saddle 2 gold.
Are they adjustable? Where they're gonna like, if he gets bigger, I can scale him up?
The pack one, yes. The other 2, no. Because the pack saddle is more like it's just like a harness he wears that you can attach bags and boxes and shit to. If you think about the gold mining people did in the 1800s and with their like freaking donkey carrying everything, that's what a pack saddle allows them to do. But a riding saddle, going from a medium to a large, that's like, I got one for my dog. Now I want it to fit on my horse. Not gonna work.
Yeah. Let's just do the pack saddles for right now. I don't have any intention of doing like actual melee combat with or like cavalry type combat on the thing.
Right.
It was more of just a convenience of, if we get somebody in there unconscious, we can throw them on the back or whatever. But
yep. Okay. Go ahead and mark off 5 silver.
Lash them to the stomach of the bear and then just have it run.
I really just like how you have to rewrite the entire number when you.
Now, the one thing is, if wearing a pack saddle and carrying a bunch of bulk like that, they cannot really fight. They are like, I don't want to say encumbered, but they are very limited in what they can do.
You should have said that before I chose one.
Well, I know. I'm letting you know now, so in case you want to change your mind. So now, you don't have to have a saddle at all if you don't want one. But without a saddle, it's not easy for someone to ride them.
Or have him carry anything with his carry weight.
Well, you could do saddlebags.
Yeah.
Which are separate.
So with which one? The saddlebags. It's which one was the encumbered one from fighting?
That's a pack saddle.
Okay, but one of the actual saddle, like the military saddle, he wouldn't be.
Correct.
Okay, well, let's do
But the
military
big
saddle
difference is a pack saddle lets him carry his full bulk capacity,
I know.
where saddlebags only hold so much, and that's it.
Can I not just get both and swap them out?
And where are you going to swap these out at while you're like on the road? Are you going to carry a saddle on your back?
I mean, the saddle's got weight to it, right? A bulk to it, right? So I could put it in a bag. I mean, that's like saying, how am I carrying 3 pole arms? I have the bulk to do it.
I mean, you could buy, multiple saddles and stuff and change them out, but then you have to have somewhere to put them, or you're carrying them.
I mean, saddlebags in theory would just be rolled up, right?
Well, saddlebags can go on him as long as he's not wearing a pack saddle.
Okay, let's just do the military one with bags on the saddlebags.
All right, military saddle is 2 gold, and a set of saddlebags is 5 silver. Now, saddlebags hold up to 3 bulk each, so since there's 2 of them in a set, he can carry 6 bulk, of which I think the first bulk in each bag doesn't count against his weight.
Okay.
And they can only have 1 set of saddlebags per animal.
That's fine.
And then you want armor. There's a couple things for you we're going to hit real quick here, then we'll move on to Zakara and Kruga. Armor, there's 2 types of barding you could have built. Basically, there's light barding, which is kind of like a leather, or heavy barding, which is like leather with metal on it. Now, between the different stats on them, if you get him heavy barding, he is basically encumbered all the time.
Okay.
Because currently he can only carry 8 bulk before it affects, before he's encumbered, and the heavy barding is 8 bulk. So down the road, as he gets bigger and stronger, he could wear heavy barding and not have it encumber him. But right now, it would encumber him. The difference is light barding is +1 AC, -5 move, and weighs 4 bulk. Heavy barding is +3 AC, -10 move, -3 check penalty, and bulk 8. Plus, he does not have the strength to wear the heavy barding without the check penalties.
Okay, so we'll do the light one then.
Okay, that'll run you 20 gold.
Okay.
It'll take them several days to get that made for you, so. And I know you're not crafting, but you wanted to retrain medicine into athletics, correct?
Yep.
That'll take pretty much your entire week.
Yep, I figured.
Okay. Just want to make sure you were good with spending that time.
That's kind of why there was so little, is because I knew that was going to take a ton of time to do that, so I wanted to make sure that I had... Because all the other stuff is little, like, register as a magic user type of thing, where it's just super minor.
Alrighty. Then let's flip over to Zakara and Kruga. Where are you guys heading out to search for the dead meat? I think you might have said, but I don't remember.
Like where? Like I know that they have like the lift or whatever that goes into the lake, but where do the boats like dock? It's in the lake ward, right?
No, that's the sea. That's the sea ward.
Then head to the sea ward where the boats would dock and such.
Okay.
As we're like traveling down there, Kruger will kind of like look over to Zakara. So I know where I'm starting, but where do you plan to start with your search?
Well, I guess it would help if I knew what she looked like.
I meant more along the lines of who you're looking for so I can help you.
Oh. Well, I think I may have found him. Or rather, he found me.
Seems to have solved a problem by itself.
Partially. I have a DM question. The share a secret freely, is that outside of the group or is that even within the group?
That's mostly outside the group.
Okay. I think it was too late for him.
A dead man found you.
Well,
Boy, the accuracy of that statement.
You're not wrong.
he seems to be a bit undead now.
Was he one of the ones we fought?
No, but he looked like them.
Seems a bit concerning.
More than a bit. And of all things, he blames me for it.
The weak often blame the strong for their misfortune.
Well, it's not entirely wrong.
Did you kill him?
No, but I might have.
Then it's not your fault he's dead.
Well, that's a nice way to look at it.
It's the correct way of looking at it.
See, Fable doesn't even believe his own bullshit.
Well, now I have a new goal. I want to try to find a way to reverse it if I can.
I can't say that any sort of research on that end will be my forte, but my extension of aid still extends to you.
Thanks.
I'm
But
assuming I don't know about what you told Guillermo, right? Or like what you're trying to research?
oh, no, I mean I probably just told him.
Yeah, okay.
It's not really a secret or anything though. I'm also looking into vampires in general, in case we come across them or in case we need to
She wants
kill
to
some
become
more.
one.
Well, if you tell me or show me what he looks like in his current form, I will do my best to make sure I don't kill him again.
Thank you. I would appreciate that. I mean, he's a cat folk like me. Um, he has orange fur, although it's a bit duller now. And his name is Ferris, if I haven't said it.
I do recall that from our time on the boat. Well, I'm sure a vampire cat will not be too common even in our adventures.
I'm hoping there's just the one.
And the ones we fought so far, while strong in some ways, seem like they will still be able to be held down by me.
Haven't seen many creatures that could escape you.
It's one of the benefits of being strong and fast.
And good looking.
But we're focusing on Kane today. What does she look like?
Yes. Kruger will kind of like reach inside of his explorer clothes, like in a little pouch that he kind of keeps like close to himself. That's a little separate from his regular bag and even like his coin purse. And he produces this little like scroll, and he unravels it and has a picture of this troll woman on it that I hope Zargan can like produce for you. I don't care if you show it to everyone else as well if you want, Zargan. It's fine. This is the last picture that I have for her.
Should have popped up.
Has a question mark and an X.
It should pop up in a second, I think.
Has to load.
There you go.
She may be a bit more scarred than in this picture, but I know no better way to describe her than show you this, for it is an accurate representation.
Well, that's a pretty good drawing. Did you do that?
I did not. Have I told you of the people who took us and where I would like to start looking?
No.
There is it's the dead meat, right, Zargan? I'm not mixing it up like I did last time.
That is correct.
There is a ship that she and I were imprisoned on before I saw her cast overboard and dead, so this may not even be the best place, but it is called the Dead Meat. It is a slaver ship, and it is on this ship is where I got these tattoos. And he like gestures to his left arm that is just like tattooed with all kinds of like nautical themed tattoos. These mean various things to slavers who deal in trade of slaves overseas. And they mostly mean that I am not a terribly cooperative person. So going in where we're going, it is possible people may recognize, if not me, the tattoos on my arm.
Well, if they're smart, they won't give you trouble for it.
I don't believe they've ever been accused of such things.
Okay, so we want to find out where the ship is?
It seems it would be a decent start until I can get this spell taken care of. There is one man in particular, whether he is currently in knowledge of the whereabouts of Kane, that I would like to get my hands on. His name is Russo, and he extracted pounds of flesh from myself and other slaves that he had on board. A particularly cruel man, and I wish for him to no longer live.
Sounds like an acceptable wish.
There are other people who are involved, as well as the captain, but Russo bears the brunt of my ire. If we find him, well, I wouldn't consider it wanton violence, as this has been premeditated for quite some time.
I take it you want to be the one to do it.
It would be preferable. However, if he were to get away, if an arrow were to suddenly sprout from the back of his head, I would not be upset.
Noted. Well, do you want to split up around the ward or go together?
I feel like our types of information gathering may be a bit different from one another. So splitting up may be for the best. I assume you have some sort of avenues that befit someone of your skills that you can explore.
I think so. Haven't been around here for a while, but I do know the city.
Hmm. Well, sailors and their ilk are terrible gossips. So you may be able to find something just hanging around a bar.
Well, I guess meet up at the end of the day then.
Unless you hear a commotion, then you may want to come find me.
I'll try not to be too far away then.
Be where you need to be. Sailors, while used to being on the sea, are not a terribly agile bunch as you and I are.
Alrighty, you guys kind of make your way into the seaward, kind of head down to the docks, and then kind of, nodded to each other and head off in separate directions. I need you guys to roll me a skill check in the dice tower. Kruger, you're rolling diplomacy.
Phew, maybe I should have lent you this star.
Jesus.
And Zakar, you can roll diplomacy or your underworld lore.
Okay. Will Streetwise help me at all with this?
Do you have that feat?
Yes, I do.
Yes, it will.
And that says I can use my society modifier instead of diplomacy to gather information.
So basically, you would roll society instead of.
Okay. And I can also use the recall knowledge action with society to know the same sorts of information that you could discover with diplomacy to gather information. The DC is usually significantly higher, but you know the information without spending time gathering it. If you fail to recall the info, you can subsequently attempt to gather information normally. So could I give that a try just to see if I would know anything about the dead meat?
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if it pertained to this city. I don't know how often the ship stopped here or anything.
I mean, it would have because it's the only really city you've been.
Okay.
Just go ahead and do your roll in the tower. Okay. Go ahead and do your other roll then. All right. All right. Basically, the rest of the day goes by, and neither of you find any useful information. Dice are not being too friendly to you.
When I'm wandering around the seaward, do I notice, like, outside of the normal, like, there's a giant fucking orc going around here, do I notice anybody paying particular attention to me?
Other than like the city watch, no.
Okay.
I mean, they're not like following you or nothing, but when you come within visual range of them, they do kind of keep an eye on you. Make sure you're not doing anything you're not supposed to be.
I would also like to keep an eye out for if I notice anyone that I might know, or if anyone seems to be watching me other than the guard.
Okay. The guards don't really pay too much attention to you. You're not a hulking orc who people kind of get out of the way for. You kind of walking around. You don't necessarily. You're not stealthing, but you kind of stick to the shadows more along the buildings, more of kind of out of sight stuff. But no one seems to be paying any real attention to either of you. And you pass pretty much the entire day, hopping in and out of bars, asking, some people sailors and that, but nothing yet. It's not a low DC for what you're trying to do, but every day you do it, it gets a little bit easier.
At the end of the day, can I just kind of plop down in one of the taverns that sailors would be in and drink and just kind of listen?
You can, but I thought you were supposed to meet back up with Zakara and others. Pretty much, daily. Since you're all staying at the same inn.
Sure.
I mean, Kruger's probably not too difficult to find if I go looking for him.
Probably not. There's probably not a whole lot of, orcs that look like him.
I do it for a little while, even if it's just for a flavor thing, toward the end of the search.
Mm-hmm.
And
Okay.
if Zakara finds me then or later, it is what it is. I
Okay.
assume she'll find me because I feel like I'm probably not going to find her too well.
Probably. Just as it starts to get a little bit dark, you've been sitting in this bar for about an hour or two, sipping your drink, which is kind of hard for you to do because you like to drink, listening and stuff. And Zakara comes in, kind of comes over, sits with you, reminds you that you're supposed to meet up with the others, and you guys kind of head back to the Silver Lion, along with everyone else after their day's activities. And that is pretty much day one.
I mean, can I get a map, Zargan?
Did you go to buy a map? You didn't say nothing about a map till now.
Well, you were doing them. You said you were going to do them first. I figured other people would be after.
Well, that's because you're crafting.
Well, I was getting the lab set up. I figured I'd just get the map while I was out.
Day two will have to be for the map.
All right. Whatever. We don't have a place to put it right now, anyway. Not until we get the keys.
All right.
See, even in the city, there's always going to be a reason, ain't there, Zargan?
You can buy a map.
Not Zargan.
They're available.
Operation have bio not get a map.
Next, you're going to tell me they need to install it and paint the mural on the wall.
No, it's a map. I'm gonna pass some time here to make things go a little quicker.
So it's not the Sistine Maple.
So it's what?
So it's not the Sistine Maple.
Oh no. So day one ends. You guys go back to your rooms, hang out with the group, eat dinner together, then talk about your day if you wish, and then head to bed. Day two gets up. I'm assuming people pretty much do the same thing, especially those who are crafting, which is half the group.
Back to the drawing boards.
Galvin goes off and does training.
I have an appointment.
Before I head off and do my normal thing, Kruger asks Zakar if there's anything that he can do to help her.
Poetry.
I mean, he already did that last night, so.
No, I think until Guillermo gets back with more information, I don't think there's much we can do.
Well, let me know. I will continue to do the same thing I did yesterday until something changes.
All right, Raz, you get up, you head out, ask some Guillermo and stuff basically where you can go. He gives you some directions to the Surveyor Guild, and they do sell maps there.
Yes. Finally.
A basic map of the region will cost you 10 gold.
Son of a really?
I was going to say 3 platinum. It turns out I'm not too far off.
God
Like a
damn.
bargain.
Just a fucking okay.
It's like it's a map probably about a foot or two by it's not like a little map. It's like, 24 by like 18 inches. It's a nice map.
What about a travel size one?
That's what they have.
God damn it.
Just because it's as tall as you are doesn't mean it's not travel size. You're travel size.
I mean,
how much did you say?
10 gold for the map, and the gentleman there does recommend you get a protective case for it, a scroll tube.
I have a scroll tube, but I don't have 10
Is
gold.
it water resistant?
It's a scroll tube. I don't have the gold right now anyway, so I'm gonna have to more or less mark down the price. And I want to a larger table-sized one. Get the price check on that one. I'm in here for estimates.
Well, they don't carry those.
I know. That's why I'm asking.
They can have one made. It'll take some time, but depends on how big your table.
I'll have to get back to them on that one.
Okay, well,
yeah, I'll have to figure out how big. We
string.
have to furnish our place too. God damn, we need money. All right. It's 10 gold.
You figure around 20 gold for a larger version, like a wall map.
So I'm gonna need 30 gold worth of map. All right. I think it'd be that much. You're being attacked.
Oh, she didn't wave this time. So rude.
Well, it is just a bunch of Zargan in here.
My wife brought me back my wad of money. It is missing many monies.
Many bills.
How many monies are you missing?
I'm
Many
afraid
dead
to
presidents. All right. Well, I got the price range, so I guess it'll work for now. But I'm too poor for a map, so we'll go ahead and. They don't even have like a freaking crude, like just a general. Here's a mountain range, like you know what? It's fine.
Yeah, the crew to here's a mountain range is them pointing and be like, there's a mountain range.
There's a mountain there drawn on a piece of paper. All right.
It's a charcoal drawing. Looks a lot like a troll woman.
Okay. Well,
So you mark down your note, or did you actually buy it?
No, I can't. Well, I can't buy it and then also pay for the scry, so I'm gonna have to come back for that later.
Okay.
Or scry message.
The
Sending. Whatever they call it.
All right. Day 2, we got a message for Raz, and then an interview for Glizzy.
Aha.
Yay.
So Raz, let's go ahead and do your message. Where's your 25 words?
Hey, I'll just go there with Glizzy because we're going to the same place anyway. I'll actually ask if Kruger wants to come along as well in the morning, just so he can see if they ask me anything he's not expecting, he can have it ready the next day. Because spells are weird.
No, you can tell me what to expect when you come back.
All right. Fair enough. I have the message here. Is this before or after Glizzik's thing?
It'd probably be before it.
Okay.
His mine's at 3 o'clock.
Oh, that's right. You're in the afternoon. Yeah. Glizzik can tag along if he wants.
That's fine.
And I'll stick around for, to console him when he gets rejected. I mean...
Supreme executive power.
Okay. I'm not sure if they need anything to help make it a little bit easier, but I can give a description of her and all
They
that
will
fun
need
stuff.
name and description.
Okay. Name is Rebecca Gontel. A brief description. Human. Middle-aged. Black hair, darker skin, all that fun stuff. And since they don't need any object or anything to make this easier, then we don't have to worry about that. And there's the message. It's 25 words exactly, I believe, if I can count correctly. An object of my obsession. About as good as 25 words can get from a very wordy individual.
It is 25 words.
25 words is never as much as you want it to be.
It sounds like a lot of words, but it's really not.
It's not.
All right, mark off your 40 gold.
Yeah, there goes my last 10 gold and 3 platinum.
Easy come, easy.
Yep.
It's back to stripping for you.
Might be, depending on how well this blood crystal thing goes, I might have to sell off the permanent ones. We'll see how well that goes. All right, I am now worth 1.9 gold. 1 point. Yep. No, I'm worth like 2 gold.
Ballwood.
That's twice as much as I estimated before. Yeah, so Glizzik would have been there for that one, because I'm sure I would have had to convey the message to the person who's actually casting the thing. Stop, infamous El Guapo.
Infamous is when you're more than famous.
Let me count words here.
A wonderful message.
Where'd my music go?
I turned it off
Why would you do this?
because Zargon told me.
I can't fault Zargan for it. I can't fault who is essentially me.
All right, you go to the assembly. They take you to a private room and sit you down there. You know, whoever wants to be in there with you is fine.
I'm
A
fine.
few minutes later,
I'm fine if anybody else tagged
a person in a brown robe comes in, an older gentleman. Verifies your name, gets the rest of the payment from you, and asks you, like, you know, who's the person's name, a description of them, and what is the exact message.
As mentioned before, all provided there as best as they want if they have any questions or like
Yep.
clarification.
For sending, it's pretty straight forward.
Yeah, no, scrying can be pretty touchy. I don't know about sending.
Yep. You tell him this. He casts the spell. He kind of mutters, you know, some incantations to himself. Spell goes off. Minute goes by.
Does he actually speak the message, or is it done in his mind?
It's done in his mind, but he's going to
Okay.
tell it to you as it comes in, basically.
Right. I just didn't know if he's sitting there muttering it as well.
No. My dearest Rary, I miss you a lot. I'm still at the academy doing my work. I have not seen him since the event. And it cuts off.
I feel like somebody just got interrupted with a very familiar scene.
Runs out, no, more than 25 words.
Is it really? Goddamn. Is that really 25? I wasn't. I feel poor.
Yep.
Well, it does answer one question.
I put it in there in case you wanted to copy paste it.
Damn, that does look like 25 words. It's never as much as you think. Very well. I mean, that's basically the easiest 40 gold this guy ever made. 80, actually.
Well, he doesn't make it, but he gets a he gets a percent.
25 choking sounds. Turns out this is actually language in another part of the world, so it counts.
Actually, she was pooping, so all you hear was.
How do you pooping? How are you pooping?
Ah, finally.
Okay, well, that answers my question, and that's also a load off.
Pooping load off.
All right. We'll thank the caster for his time.
Yep.
Move on with our day, because I'm sure he's got plenty to do.
He does. He has other spells to cast for other paying customers.
I'm gonna step out, and as we're kind of heading towards where Glizzik needs to go for his meeting. So my vision was of the
Well,
future.
his
not
meeting's going to be like half a day later.
right. So we can go catch lunch then.
Lunch sounds good.
I mean, Glizzik has to pay, but
Lunch sounds good. Hey, I can find something to kill on the way to cook.
I got some dead rat here. Raw is the best.
so it turned out that my
Fireball the
vision.
rat.
It would turn out my vision was too of the future. It is relieving, given that it's been weeks since we've seen it. Well, we have some time to kill before your meeting. You have anything else on your to-do list today?
We were gonna try and find some paper and inks at some point.
That'd be at the assembly.
Hmm.
They
So we
could
could
charge you
browse a
30
gift
gold
shop,
for it.
probably.
Well, I'm going to start seeing what I can do about finding a way to replicate that blood crystal material we found. Maybe see if we can't get you caster types a bit of a hit through the day. Should be interesting. Work well for you and Valis.
Oh, I hope this at least gets us a foot in the door so we can, you know, conduct legitimate business. Wink.
Legitimate
I
business.
I actually say the word wink as I
Wink.
wink. Wink.
You seem rather confident you'll be able to win them over, yes?
Yeah, charismatic guy. What can I say?
Certainly more than the average goblin. I think
Yeah.
that'll take them much by warm surprise.
Smarter than the average goblin.
Sure you don't want to take this with you?
I wouldn't even know what to do with it, honestly.
You use it.
Well, yeah, I know, but like I can take it with me, but I don't know if it's gonna help.
Yeah. It's
You
best to be prepared.
show me how to use it over lunch.
It's fairly easy. It's better to be prepared. That's usually my motif anyway. Yeah, I'll let him borrow the diplomat's badge in case he feels like he needs to use it.
Maybe clip it to my hat as like a jewelry thing.
Yeah, it's just something you invest to, and if you feel like you need a little, because it gives you a +1 diplomacy just for having it and being invested to it. You can
I,
up it to +2 by doing a recall knowledge on the species or the race that you're interacting with for the rest of the day. So if you go in there and it's a bunch of humans, you can do a recall knowledge, and if you get, I think it's DC 20, then it goes up to a +2 for humans for the rest of the day.
Zargan out of character is most of the population of the city human.
Most of it, yes.
All right, let's try that for a setting.
Yeah, chances are it's probably human. Now, if you go in there and it's a bunch of Minotaur, 1, wow. 2, let me know.
I'd like a picture. I'm sitting there just drawing a sketch of the guys interviewing me, like it's a courtroom thing.
The true rulers of the city.
It was vampires. It was the weirdest thing. I don't think they recognize me though. I think we're safe.
Yeah, at least for until he's done with his meeting, you can have the diplomat's badge and you can take a crack at setting it to human in case he needs to do a little convincing or diplomatizing in there.
Okay.
Hopefully it's a pretty standard thing where you don't need to convince no one of nothing.
All right.
I will
I'm
take it
gonna
back when he comes out, though.
Yep. Fast forward a little bit to Glizzik's interview, then we'll hit Zakara and Kruga. See if they want to walk around again together or do it separate. So, Glizzik, you go. Are you arriving on time, early, late for your interview?
I'd like to be a few minutes early, not crazy like an hour early or whatever, but I'd like to be a good 15 early, just so I know I'm
Okay.
going to the right place.
sign the paperwork.
I'd like to mentally. I can see him sitting on a bench that's human sized, so his feet are kind of dangling. But he did try and dress up as best as he could with what he had on.
Yeah, you definitely don't have enough time to go get some nice clothes made.
Yeah. But I'll at least prestidigitate so they're clean and at least somewhat in order.
Did what I can to frimp up some of the corners.
I'm gonna pet cache spell Nanul away for right now to start with. If I need to call him in as a demonstration, maybe that might be impressive.
That's a really fancy way of saying violently shoving him in some storage space.
Down, go, right into the hat, But basically he goes off into an extra dimensional space inside the hat so that he's in there for now, and it's like he's in a bag of holding essentially.
Yep, I know this.
Cool.
Not the exacts, but I remember.
But I'd like to, wait on the bench until I'm called, or whoever gets done with their appointment, and I'm outside the office, or however that works.
Yep, you pretty much go back to the same place you were before. Same woman there behind the counter. She kind of asks to help you. You kind of tell her who you are. She goes, "Oh yes, the goblin. I remember now."
Thank
Yeah,
you
sit
so
over
much.
there, and she points at a nice human-sized bench.
I appreciate all your help. Thank you so much.
We should kill her and eat her.
No, I just had lunch. Why would I kill a woman?
Just like
You wait about.
Is this like in a waiting room area, or have we already separated?
We're by the secretary, yeah.
No, you're
chill outside and wait for him to finish. See how he did.
As in outside the building, or
that's why I'm asking. Is it like a waiting room that we're in?
You're in the main area where you were yesterday.
Okay, that's where they just told him to basically wait.
Sit.
Okay, yeah, I'll just be there.
Does it feel like a library behind her, or an office building, or what?
You're not really sure. It's a multi-story building you're in. This area seems more like a school.
Okay. Professor Glizik. I can dream.
You work on that alteration of the voice there for a while. That was smooth.
Yes, sure. That is exactly what I am doing.
Glizik, are you trying to bullshit the bullshit there?
I just maybe it was something I ate for lunch today. I'm just nervous about the interview.
Hmm.
And I, sit there on the bench. I assume we're both sitting on the bench together with our feet dangling.
Yeah. I'm only slightly taller than you, so yeah, I'm dangling too.
An inch, but the hat helps,
You hear someone yell out who let their children in.
Glizik, are you going for the +2 on the badge?
I don't even know if it's a human yet.
No, I'm just asking if you're doing that now ahead of time.
If it is and it's applicable, I'll use every advantage I have.
Well, no, I'm just seeing if you want to do the recall knowledge now.
You're trying to take advantage of them. Jeez.
Sure. Yeah, I would love to do a recall knowledge about humans and what I know about them.
I believe the go-to role is a society, but it might be different for you. I don't know.
They raise their shields a lot.
Only if they're major.
I when you said that, I almost was like, well, is that a Star Trek reference that I'm just Val?
I would also like to raise my shield randomly.
Valus, like some people like sneeze when people are talking about them. Valus just has this inexplicable
ears burning
shield.
All right, go ahead and make me a society check.
Okay.
You need a 20 or better.
Can I aid on that check to recall his knowledge? If I'm giving them like pointers about a lot of bullshit humans do and expect?
Sure, you go ahead and roll your society first.
All right, I don't have the +1 active for this one.
No, you do not.
They like to raise things. They like to raise shields. They like to
that
raise the dead.
Actually, that wouldn't have applied to that anyway. So yeah, +15 is regular roll.
All right, what's your rank in society?
My rank is expert.
So that's only a +1.
Yeah.
So Glizik, you have a +1 on the roll.
Okay, I'm putting 1 in my modifier.
A lot of little intricacies and annoyances about humans, how they always expect you to talk up to them while they talk down to you. I mean, that's
That's
pretty
just because you're
standard, but
short.
I mean, more than just the literal sense.
I'm assuming there's a little bit of giggling to try and cover my
There's,
nervousness for the interview.
No problem.
you do have
Yep.
one advantage. You are very small. And studies shown that people like small things.
Likes to step on.
Very easy. Very easy to bury.
All right. Society for me is normally a plus 13, and I got one on there. So here goes.
There you go.
Nice.
Crushed it.
I don't
You
believe
don't get
there's.
nothing bonus for that.
Yeah. But you are at a +2 versus humans instead of just the +1.
Yep. All right.
Everyone else is still +1.
Good thing I
About
used up
10
my
minutes
good
goes
roll
by
now.
as you guys are chatting, and a young woman. Kind of hard for you guys to tell her age. You're guessing maybe late teens, early 20s, but you're not. Neither of you are really human experts. Comes
She's
out
old.
wearing their white robes and
Says
says,
you.
My age.
"The master will see you now. Follow me."
Ah, dang! I thought that was my interviewer. All right. So I turn around and I hop down off the bench and I walk
Yep.
towards her and I occasionally, well, not occasionally, I said just briefly will look back towards Raz. Wish me luck, my friend.
Longingly.
Just give him a thumbs up, clap him on the shoulder. Just remember.
Lean down to clap him on the shoulder.
All right,
I'm probably gonna get to. But yeah.
she leads you down the hall around the corner to like an office door. She knocks, then opens it and motions you in.
Thank you, I say, looking up at her, and then
She nods.
we'll kind of sidle my way into the room with my
Okay,
hands
she
clasped.
shuts the door behind you. You're in basically a small college office. And behind the desk is someone. They turn around, and it's your mom now.
Minotaur. Oh. I'd like to roll
Nope.
Haglor.
It's a woman. She's wearing a brown robe. Roll me a perception.
Brown robe. I loved you in Firefly.
Mhm.
All right. Perception.
She's a witch, but she's our witch.
That's right. Still fair. Still fair.
Oh, definitely. You notice some faint elven ethnicity, ancestry on her. She's not an elf, but she's probably half.
That still
Cool.
counts as human, right?
So you only get a +1 instead of a +2.
I actually don't know. Is Pathfinder, does she have a human tag or an elf tag?
You don't know,
So
Hmm.
what you're saying is
because half elves get to pick.
because she's not fully human, she's not totally evil. Got it.
She
Wow.
turns towards you and yes, wait 1 second. She gets up, moves the chair that's in front of her desk off to the side because it's a human-sized chair. Opens up like a closet, rummages through, pulls out a smaller chair. Not like a goblin-sized chair, but more. Not necessarily one for a child, but one for someone of your stature.
Thanks. I do appreciate.
But of course, she goes around, sits back down, kind of. Her desk is fairly cleared off. She pulls out, ink. Yes. And what's your name, sir?
Glizzic Nibbler.
Yes, that is correct. Of course,
You aced the first question.
You put your name at the top of the page. Good job.
I get a
So
point
I
for that,
understand
and I feel
you're
so much more confident now.
You wish to join the assembly. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Why do you wish to join?
When I just recently came to the city, but when I was on the ship and they were asking about the registering, they said that you were the foremost assembly of magic in the city, and as I am increasing my knowledge and my power with the spell wielding, I assumed that this would be the best route for me to take, since I have much to learn, but also some talent as well.
Yes. And this here, your registration says you have elemental magic.
This is correct. I have some talent from my mother's side of the family, having to do with the elements. mainly fire and ice, but also weather and such. As you can
Your
see, I am
mother, was
a snow
she
goblin.
a goblin?
No, that's it. That
I
was the
see.
question, and I answered it.
And what rank spells are you capable of casting?
Currently, 4th level.
And I am assuming you have these prepared for the day?
Yes, I do. I came with some options ready in case you wish to test me.
Ah, excellent. Come with me. She gets
Okay.
up, opens the door, leads you down a hallway. About 2 or 3 minutes walking down a hallway, she comes up to a big, like, iron door. It has glyphs and runes on it. She walks up to it, just opens it up, opens without a sound, with very little work. And it's a large room, probably about 30 by 30-foot square. Actually,
Yep.
it's not a square, it's a circle. Come in
The
here.
squared circle. I'm familiar with this.
Yep. You enter, she shuts the door behind you, she mutters a slight incantation under her breath a little bit. You can't really pick it out. The doors glow for a second, and the glyphs on it glow, and then they fade. Ah, yes. Follow into here. She leads you into the center of the circle, where there's some sort of magical circle engraved on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
Goes, yes, now stay within this. Now, you say you have 4th rank spells. Show me.
What target would you like me to hit with, or what?
She points at like an armor stand
Okay.
near the edge of the
Okay. So there's like a thing of it.
like
Okay.
kind of like mannequins. Yes.
Sure. Are there multiple of them?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna fire off a 4th level freezing ray with 3 actions for 3 targets. So long story short,
That's a 2-hit roll, correct?
that is a 2-hit roll. 1 or more creatures, because each one gets a ray.
Go ahead and roll 3. Go ahead and roll 3. You have to roll 3 attack rolls on for it.
That's fine. I'm
Because
just
we're
gonna
not using combat tracker.
Yeah, I'm just gonna do it for the spell.
Yep.
Excellent
Nice.
start.
Wow. Well, these are mannequins.
Just got to lead your you kind of get your lead in.
Yeah.
The first one does miss, hitting the wall behind it. The next 2 do. Second one clips the next target. The third one definitely hits the third one right in the chest. They do the little freezing thing. She's,
Is good question. For the third one, is the 27 a crit? It's a
Yeah.
suit of armor that's not mobile. Okay, because that is going to do 12d6 damage, double damage.
I'm not worried. Oh, in that case,
Yeah.
that one pretty much freezes the mannequin and it just explodes
Yeah, I just wanted to.
into pieces of like wood, straw, and ice.
Cool. Yeah, the second one would do like 6d6, and the third one would do 12d6,
Yeah.
just because the roll was good. Cool.
Gotcha. Interesting. What else do you have?
Well, let's see. I would like to do a. I'm marking these off as I cast them too. I got a 3rd level Horizon Thundersphere I can do for 2 rounds. So I just channel it for a good round, and
All right.
she's like watching me, and I'm like holding it. Like, hold on, more to come, and another 6 seconds of channeling it, and give it a nice
She's probably seen anime. She knows how this goes.
Kamehameha, and I will blast one, which will hit everything 10-foot radius as well too for the suits of armor.
Okay.
That's a good one.
That's a good one. That'll blow a couple of them apart.
First one is the single target. The second one is the AoE of it.
Oh yeah, that does some damage to like the mannequins, but you notice it doesn't seem to affect the walls at all or the floor. Like there's no ice on them on either. It's almost like from the first one. Then this is electricity. It's almost like it goes to hit the wall and stuff, and then just like fizzles. Interesting. So your control is, well, I won't say perfect, but your spells are elemental and unique.
I've also got other talents too, and I will reach into the hat and pull out Nanul, who currently looks like a goblin my size because of the abilities he has for the day. And when I do that, you notice the voice switches back to the New York accent from the Russian, and hey, how you doing? Type thing. And then I start swearing at the suits of armor and cast blistering invective with him. And that basically is because that's the innate ability. A heap of insults and invective spew from your mouth words so devastating your foes burn from the intensity of your diatribe. So it's going to be 2d6 persistent fire damage. It's a will save for a suit of armor.
Heartburn.
Yeah. So basically just setting them on fire with nasty curse words coming out of
Okay, she seems really interested in that because you don't really cast a spell, and your tattoo like glows when you release it.
Yeah.
I mean, you do kind of you do cast a spell with it, but the energy definitely comes from the tattoo, not yourself. Mm-hmm. Very interesting. I don't believe I've seen anything like that before.
And I'll put the Nanul back up into the pet cache.
Mm-hmm.
And I will innately cast message, which is the cantrip that comes from the tattoos, and just whisper it directly into her mind. I've got some talent, but I still need a little bit of direction. And she just hears it in her mind, and she can whisper back if she wants to.
You do have some talent, and I think you would make a good addition to our guild. Then out loud says, "Okay, I think I have seen enough. No more spell casting. Come with me." She kind of leads you out of the protective circle towards the door. She mutters another incantation in a moment, and the door kind of glyphs on the door glow. Then she opens the door, and you guys go back to her office. This is when the goblin kills her and eats her and assumes her position.
Yep. Well, assume all humans.
Assume all
he
humans.
misread that as consume all humans.
Alrighty. I am approving you for membership. From your displayed talent, you will be a member.
Yes, member. Good.
You are very close to deserving senior member. But that requires other things you would have to complete first.
Sorry, did you hear me? I'm only 10. I am not senior yet.
I mean, senior for a goblin.
Right.
Most of them have died by now. Oh.
She fills out like a piece of parchment, hands it to you, tells you to give it to the lady out front. Give it to Maurice.
Okay. I would like to thank you for your time today and for seeing me. And I hope that in the future I can make you proud for what I do for this school.
I'm sure you will. You are our first goblin member.
Surely not the last, of course.
I'm not sure how long you've been in towns.
2 days.
But do not let
this is day 2.
Some of the other members or students belittle you. Many of them will see your race and treat you as a goblin and not as a person.
But I am a blue goblin. It's not like I'm some common greenie.
It will not matter to them.
I maybe... Wait, quick question, out of character. Is this one the one that was half and half? Or that was the lady secretary led me into the room?
No, this is the half elf.
I I do not wish to overstep my bounds, but I'm only half goblin. And I thought perhaps that might make a difference. You asked earlier about my mother. It is complicated, but let's just say that she was a witch and was involved in living apart from society because of not being understood. And I'll take her hand and be like, I understand what it's like to be from more than one world, and people are not always kind to those of us who are.
They are not.
I,
But
good,
good day, and see the woman out front.
good day. Did I ever get her name?
No. But her
Okay.
name is
On the desk or
Master
something?
Elaine.
Okay.
Master is obviously her title, and Elaine is her name.
Master, his strange name. Where does that come from?
Wow, so many of you here have the same name.
Yes, is it something that you have to take when you change your name?
It's like a surname.
Yeah.
All right, you go out to the lady out front. She takes the paper. She seems a bit surprised. And she expects her 50 gold.
I will give her the gold, but I will give it to her in platinum because I
That's
saved
fine.
that. So I'm giving her 5 of my platinum.
It shakes in
Yep.
the null.
Yeah, right.
She
I
shakes
give
the
her-
noodle
No,
on
my
the
gold, my
table.
gold.
I give her 47 gold, and then also put Nanul on the desk.
And I shake him upside down until the 3 gold pops out.
I leave Nanul there.
All right, she gets out this, turns around and pulls out this big leather-bound book, opens it up, scribes your name in there, a few other notes about you, pretty much your race and kind of, a little bit. She spins it around and motions to a spot for you to sign.
I will sign. Ask for
Good
a
luck getting
receipt.
it, Rap.
Hey, you can feel free to go get it anytime you want. Good luck.
He's like, over my dead body.
Feel like I would have any quarrels about digging into a snow goblin?
Says, you know, I did it, and you shove your arm while he's talking.
Yeah, then you're on his fucking hit list next.
I introduce
Alright.
you to my friend Invasive Surgery.
Anytime I'm watching, he's just glaring at you while you sleep.
You sign the guild roster. Oh, just so you know, you must pay 50 gold a year to stay a member at your current rank.
That's fine.
Your benefits, now that you're a guild member, is of course access to, buying spell components and so forth here.
Free healthcare.
No.
Need
Talking
no
to your
dental.
daughter.
Raz is the free healthcare.
Telling her at her age, it's 10 after 10, she should be in bed.
He's got a FSA test tomorrow. First training.
"10 in the morning, then good night."
Okay. Sorry, we just had to pray real quick before she's going to sleep.
Nope, that's fine. So you say he had a prayer to the Reaper?
Okay, cool. We're good. Benefits, you say?
Yep, the Reaper appreciates your prayer to him. Benefits, like I said, access to their store of spell components for some of the harder to find items. Of course, access to paper and ink and so forth that you have to purchase. Of course, it's not free.
You said access.
Access to purchase it.
Jesus.
As a member, you have access to the spell library of common spells. Add a member. You have access to wings 0 through 3.
Okay. Now,
Basically, that's in the building next to you where the library is housed.
and you have to purchase the spells, or you just copy them from the scrolls?
You have to pay the copy,
Okay.
So you don't. There's no surcharge on top of the copying costs. Basically, wings 0 through 3 are cantrips through 3rd level.
I'm just enjoying the mental image of as I purchase the spells, I have to feed it to Nanul for an hour for each spell I purchase. There's because I'm watching me slowly
you mean
poking
each
the
level?
scroll in. Yeah.
Well, actually, it takes you an hour per level to copy it onto a scroll, and then you feed it to him.
Right. But
he probably eats kind of like animal.
Yeah.
But only cantrips up to 3rd level.
Yep.
You also will have access to the formula library for common items. Basically, same type of thing. You can make copies of them.
Okay.
And that's about it.
Cool. I look for Raz after I'm done. I don't know if you're still on the same bench or not.
I think he's probably.
But Minul is sitting on my shoulder. Well, no, he'd be walking because he's goblin size right now.
I'll say that's a big sitting on your shoulder.
Oh, it's so heavy. You put on some weight,
You're
buddy.
over-encumbered.
You and your 3 bulk. But now that Minul is back in the picture, I'm talking again with the same accent that he has.
Would go well.
What? Yeah, they gave me this membership and 50 gold a year, but I'm gonna have more access to buy stuff for us. Formulas and spells and hopefully some of that black onyx that Valis has been after. But
They're
so
just
far so
sniffing the
good.
streets right now.
She was not totally human. She a little bit elf too, and I'll hand you back the badge for the diplomacy.
Elf, you say?
Mm.
Rare sort.
Well, not wholly, a little bit.
Even rarer still.
Hmm. Still tall. Oof.
Well, shall we meet up with the others? Give them the good news?
Yeah.
And in any case, I believe we're really going to be getting our freaking getting to the chapter house soonish. Anyway, good. I gotta give him a place to dump this lab.
We
Good,
got
a
crap.
place to dump all my failed schematics.
Dump this crap and have a moving day is what we need.
I got nothing else here. If you don't,
No, I'm good.
to the next people.
Do.
Jump
Nice
cut.
resolve.
The camera
Back
just
to
slows.
Back to Zakara and Kruga for day 2 of scouring the docks. You guys hanging out together or going your own separate ways again?
Well, before we start, you know how I did the 2 rolls for the first day?
Yeah.
So that first roll would have been recall knowledge, and I do have
Correct.
dubious knowledge if I failed that. Did it help at all?
Okay. Now I need to think. While you are not sure, you have never met or directly interacted with anyone from a ship called the Dead Meat. You do believe, now that you've thought about it overnight, that Rovo mentioned about them using a smuggler with a ship called the Dead Meat.
Okay.
But that's all you really kind of remember.
Okay.
So, day 2 for the dock crew. What's going on?
Shall we split up again?
I don't have any other better plans. I do think I may linger a bit longer in the bars and see if I can draw any attention. Nothing you need to stick around for, though.
Draw attention of slavers?
I figure those would be the only people interested in my particular tattoos. I don't think that the meaning of these is particularly grasped by most common folk.
You okay without backup? I can stick around for this.
Maybe you just go back and let the group know where I am, so if I do not come back, you have an idea of where to begin looking.
Seems like a potentially bad idea.
I promise I will leave a bloody trail if they take me.
I'll let them know where you are, but I have some contacts that I can reach out to, assuming they're okay with talking to me. But I'll come find you after that.
Well, you found me before. I'm sure you'll be able to do so again.
Yeah, you're pretty easy to find.
Kruger just kind of like smirks as he like starts walking off.
Alright, I need you both to roll me rolls again in the tower.
Okay,
We
and
said
I actually,
diplomacy, right?
For you, yes.
I was going to go look for the Thieves Guild.
Oh, is that what you're doing?
Yep, I was
You
trying to
looking for the
avoid them.
guild, or are you looking for someone in particular?
Well, I'm looking for Rovo, but I figured the guild is the best place to find her unless I know somewhere else.
Nope. Other than one of the guild houses, you know that she likes to hang out at a bar down on the sea ward called the Brown Jug. You just happen to be in the sea ward now.
Hey, good timing. I'll go there.
Okay. Kruger, call high or low.
Low.
You lose.
Fuck.
All right, Zakara. You make your way to the Brown Jug. It's probably about 10, 15 minutes from where you're at, going through the crowds of sailors and, just the mess of people in the Sea Ward. You go into the bar. It's a pretty small bar. It's maybe about 30-foot square total. It's not like a tavern. They don't offer food. It's just a drinking hole. Over at one of the booths, you do see a large half-orc female sitting by herself drinking.
I will walk over and sit down. Is she in the booth?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll sit down across from her.
Kind of looks up from her drink. Ah, you have returned.
Hi, Rovo. Miss me?
Like a bad case of lice.
I knew you did.
What are you doing back in town? Thought you
Uh,
left.
uh, I needed to take some time for myself, but I always meant to come back.
There's a lot of talk about you.
Anything good?
No.
Oh,
It was just very interesting. Some people thought that with what happened to that other catfolk you were with, Ferris, dying, and then you up and leaving real quick. You can even say some people thought you were behind it. She kind of leans forward, looks at you. Now, you wouldn't do that, would you? Kill another member?
of course not, especially not that one.
I see. So what are you doing back? Are you back here for good? Or are you just passing through?
I'm not sure yet. Just got back a couple days ago.
You have been working in town, have you now?
No, not yet.
That's
But
good.
I know the rules.
I would hope so. We went out of our way to save you.
As you keep reminding me.
Have to make sure you understand where your position lies. So what can I do for you today? You obviously are looking for me, so here I am.
Well, I know I've been away. I'm actually in the need of some information. And if it'll cost me, I'm okay with that.
And what information would this be?
I remember you mentioning that we had done business with a ship called the Dead Meat before. I need to find it.
And what would you have need with them?
It's actually a favor for a friend. We're looking for someone.
And are you looking for a good reason or are you looking for a bad reason?
Well, we're trying to track someone down. I guess rescue them or find out their location. So good for us, maybe not so great for them.
Ah. Well, I'll be honest with you. I do not know where they might be, but that information could be found out for a price.
I'm listening.
I do not know what the price is yet. I will have. It would depends on how hard the information is to come by. But it'll take a couple days. Where are you staying?
I'm in the Silver Lion Inn.
Ah, under your own name?
Well, was it under our own name? I forget. Or
We
was it
never
like,
really asked.
hmm, yes, under my own name.
Well, when I find out more information and a price, I will send word.
Thank you.
If you are back, you must come to Mother's and pledge your allegiance again.
Do they want me back?
You have not been banished. You are competent. I see no reason why they would not.
There's something else I'm interested in.
Well, you're
Information-wise.
full of needs, aren't you?
Yes, well, I've had a lot of time to think. And after being very mad about Ferris's death, I want to do something about it. I want to find out what exactly happened to him.
A big black cat killed him. Nah, I'm just saying that because of Naughty's cat. We do not know. He went on a mission, a job. I'm not sure if it was successful or not. And then the next day, he died in the street. You know as much as the rest of us.
No one looked into it. I mean, he is a member, was.
Oh, I'm sure someone did. It was not I. It's not part of my responsibilities.
I just figured you knew everything that was going on.
No, I'm not the day master. Though maybe soon I'll be the night master. Alvarni is getting old.
Oh, really? Congratulations may be in order then.
Nothing official, but he's sure to step down in the next year or two. He's not as quick as he used to be.
Well, I imagine you're next in line.
There are a few others, but at the moment I have the edge.
Well,
Worst
No, good.
to say, worst case, I could just do a challenge against them. Then we both go into the ring, and I don't see anyone else surviving.
Neither do I.
I'm sure someone at the Mother's might have more information. Perhaps when you stop by, you can check.
Well, at least you've assured me I won't be getting an immediate dagger to the back if I step foot in there, so
At least not that I know of.
I think I'll be stopping by soon.
Be good to see you back home.
It's good to be back.
Anything else?
No, I will get up and take my exit.
All right, Kruga, my bald-headed orc.
I'm not bald.
You look bald to me.
Look at the fucking picture.
I can't. I have too many windows over it.
It's a do-rag on your head, or is that hair?
It's just Nanol.
Don, it was Nanul the whole time.
He's bald. He just likes to wear wigs. It's a hairpiece.
All right, Kruga. You spend most of the day, doing the same kind of stuff. Go into bars, order a drink or two, move on. That don't really hear anything. Come like early evening, you're kind of setting up shop in a different bar this time. Bunch of sailors in there, gambling, chatting, telling sea stories. Are you sitting by yourself, or you gotta kind of join the crowd?
I'll probably just sit by myself.
I was sitting there, kind of nursing your drinks, not like watching per se, but trying just to listen. An older man comes up to you and just out of the blue sits down, puts his drink down, slops a bit of his drink on the table. I know what you are. He slurs his words a little bit. He's definitely mostly drunk.
I'll just kind of glance over at him and say, "Watch your words, old man."
He kind of points at your arms and some of your tattoos. I know what those mean. It's been a while, but I know what those are.
And what are they?
Marks of ownership. You're an escapee.
I am my own orc.
Exactly, that's what I thought. You escaped. It's been many years since I've seen marks like that.
And what's it to you?
Me? I don't give a shit. Never did care much for slavers. I'm not saying I'm on to go stop them. But, they don't bother me, I don't bother them.
And if I wanted to become reacquainted with those who gave me these,
Wouldn't think that'd be a good idea.
I wasn't
Especially
asking if it'd be a good
if you like
idea.
your freedom.
I wasn't asking for your thoughts and your opinions. Where would I find these people?
What would that be worth to you? Pulls out in the knoll, turns one side and shakes him.
3 gold.
He gets around, doesn't he?
I'll just kind of like look over at him and it's like, what are you drinking?
I don't know, some local rock gut. Just some ale.
I'll kind of like wave over and forcibly get the attention of whatever waiter or waitress is around. And I won't order the best thing, but I'll order something strong, but still low tier shit.
Okay. Wild turkey, huh?
Nothing wrong with a wild turkey with a little honey.
Yeah, but
Yes,
he said it wasn't top shelf, so.
Mm-hmm. No gentleman jack for you, sir.
You order 1 or 2?
I'll order 3. I'll get 2 for him and 1 for me.
Okay. She brings him over. That'll be 3 silver.
All right.
Let's go ahead and mark the money off. She sets on the 2, puts on all 3. You kind of push the 1 over to him. He picks it up, shoots it.
Dead.
And kind of looks at the other one sitting in, you put 1 in front of you, 1 in front of him, and 1 in the middle. He kind of looks at the other one. What's that one for?
It's to loosen your tongue a bit.
He kind of reaches out, grabs it, downs it. Kind of looks around. I'll tell you what. You seem to be kind of reaches out, kind of touches your robes and stuff. You seem to be kind of fancy here. You have some money. I'm kind of down on my luck. Haven't had a berth on a ship for a while. You pay me. Kind of leans back, thinks of some crazy number. 2 gold. Holds up 3 fingers. And I'll tell you what I know.
Hold up 2 and then yell 3 gold.
You think I'm fancy, but I'm just traveling light. I'll give you 1 and another drink.
Deal. Kind of holds out his hand. It's kind of shaking back a little bit.
Yeah, I'll slap him the gold and get another drink.
Okay, it's a gold and a silver then for you. Go ahead and mark it off. He grabs gun, comes, he chugs that one too. He's pretty much 3 sheets. He's probably close to passing out. Last berth I had a while ago. Before we made landfall here, we were to the east. Port Kerr. If only you had that map that Raz was supposed to buy, you would know where that was.
Clearly marked on the 5 gold map.
On the 10 gold map, it actually is on the map. There were people there who tried to hide them some when they were in port, but some of their workers had tattoos like that. Led by some mean son of a bitch.
This son of a bitch have a name.
Oh, I'm sure he did. Everyone has a name. But I don't know what it was. Tall fella. Need to see if I have any pictures here.
His name was a closing.
Oh, fella.
Dun, dun, dun.
He's wearing giant boots that are just stilts. Pirate hat. It's my father.
They call him Big Gliz.
Big Glizzick.
Dread Pirate Gliz.
Exactly. The name is what's important, you see.
I thought I had a picture. Wasn't going to show the picture. I was just, here we go. So I can describe someone. Tall son of a bitch. Carried a cutlass, couple daggers. Had some strange tattoos on his right arm of circles within circles within circles. Strange fella. But mean. seemed to be liking pain and abusing people. Dark hair, or a faint little mustache.
Does this sound familiar at all to me?
It does.
Does the name Russo sound familiar?
Like I said, I didn't know that guy's name, but from the description, you're pretty sure that sounds like him. I thought I gave you this, but it's not on your list. Open it up to you again. Must have showed it to you a long time ago. Never put it on in your notes or something.
Yeah, I don't remember the picture, but I definitely remember the name, obviously.
Yeah. But definitely sounds like him. If only you had a map. And with that, he kind of blood blusters on another couple minutes, just grabbing him, and that. Then he kind of just like passes out, head down on the table.
I'll like when he passes out, I'll kind of like grab him by the back of the head and like lift it up, and I'll smack him in the face to wake him up. What ship did you serve, old sailor?
Sure, many ships. I haven't been on one for a while. Which one you talking about?
When you saw this other man that you just spoke of.
Oh yeah, last ship that was the treehouse. No, the rumpus route. No, the flying griffin. Yeah, that's it. I think. You don't need a sailor, do you?
No. Now go to sleep, and I'll smash his head into the table.
Wow. Alright, there's a big thump, and he's out.
I'll get up and I'll just walk out at that point.
Alright. You heading back to the inn then?
Hmm. Yeah, I don't have a bunch else to go off of, and this is good enough information for now, despite the you made it seem like it was years, if not decades, since he's been on the ship, right?
No, probably months.
Months? Oh, okay.
Good job. You just knocked him unconscious.
Man, that drink packs a wallop. so hungover next day.
Yeah, I'll just head out because Kruger knows the type of attention his actions can draw to himself.
Okay. As you return to the Silver Lion, Kruger, the gang's all kind of together, even Galgrim. They're sitting at a table, and in the middle of the table is a paper, like a plain, like little package wrapped in paper. As you guys got back, the bartender said there was a delivery for you guys, and set that down on your table.
Check it for traps. It's a mimic.
Does it look trapped?
It does not look trapped.
Has it been sitting there for a while, or did it just get here before I got here?
No, it looks like the bartender just brought it over to the group's table just as you were walking in. You were the last one. Not like they were waiting for you, but like he's been busy and the group just kind of assembled.
Well,
Came earlier in the day, but I haven't really seen you guys around much. So here you go.
if no one else
Oh.
reaches for it, Kruger will just like reach over and open it.
All right. You kind of tear it open. It's like a small wooden box. I almost said cardboard. You open it up, and there's 3 things inside. There's a purse. There's like a nice, hold on, a nice pewter mug with some kind of symbol on the side of it, and a folded up sheet of parchment.
Are we all just kind of peering into the box at the same time?
Yep. And the purse.
Does the mug have anything inside of it?
Nope.
It just says "World's Best Dad."
Nice. It's a pretty ornate pewter mug. Seems to have some sort of house crest or something on the side of it, though.
I'm
What's the
assuming I don't
crest?
recognize it.
No, you don't, Kurt.
Okay.
Can I roll lore heredity?
Sure.
Can we roll
Heraldry?
some
Heraldry,
societies?
whatever it is.
Aw.
Roll for Harold.
This is a mug.
It's so wrong. It's a mug and it's empty.
In the tower or no?
No, you don't have.
Damn it.
21's not horrible.
It's not horrible. You're not really sure much about it, but you think it's the crest of the Edland family.
I will relay that to Le Patin.
They are procurers of wines and spirits.
Oh, nice.
I know they're getting a lot of business from Kruger.
Kruger just ran off. See, he's already thrown up. Drank so much.
Kruger has a bit of a problem.
The only problem is he ran out of alcohol.
Told him I can talk to spirits, and he asked me to get him a bottle.
Like I said, there is a piece of parchment folded up and sealed with like a wax seal on it.
All right, who can read?
I can read.
I'll grab it.
You breaking the seal and opening it?
There's a whole seal in that box?
Yep.
Galgrim, get on that.
Quick, club it.
While they're looking at the thing, yeah, I'll see who sent us a letter.
All right, it's in the party inventory. It's called Note.
Note.
Pretty original.
Let's see. Party sheet.
It is in finely scripted common.
Privately. Is that like an archaic spelling of privately?
Is he thanking our privates or what?
Somebody was a little... Somebody seems to be rather thankful for our untimely rescue from their captors. I'll leave a note on the table.
Maybe it's one of the other nobles we saved.
It appears to be the case. Apparently they left us a sum of gold, and that's gift.
Nice. Maybe we can get an extra round of drinks with this.
I'll grab the satchel. How much is in? Unless somebody already else grabbed it and I wasn't paying attention.
Are you dumping it out and counting it, or
Zakara runs away.
I mean, Zakara is pretty good at eyeballing the value of things, right?
Yes.
Yeah, we'll let the expert eyeball it rather than count gold out in the open like a bunch of assholes.
All right, you toss the pouch to her. She grabs it. She kind of opens up, looks in it, moves a little bit. She goes, about 75 gold.
But she's not going to count like the count from Sesame Street?
1, ha, 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 ha. 2, ha, ha, ha.
We're casting electric arc in the background behind her.
I can and will do that.
What is that? About 12.5 gold, 6 ways.
I think so.
Something like that.
Can I math? Did I math right?
Because
I
it
did
was the
math
same
right.
as the bag of holding.
Oh, it is. Well, I got that one wrong, so second time around, everyone's allowed to retest, right?
So what's the mug for?
It's family
It's a
crest.
nice drinking mug.
Is it a fancy mug or is it a fancy mug, like a magically fancy mug?
I don't know. It's an ornate pewter mug with the Redland family crest on the side.
The first of our collection of mugs.
Oh, you can put it behind the bar in the tavern that we're getting, right?
Set of shot glasses, we collect mugs.
Yeah. We got one size drink in this bar, and this is it.
Everybody's got to share the mug.
Now you do your shot.
I mean, Valis, can you? I don't think it's magical. It's probably just a really nice mug they decided to throw in, but just to be safe, right?
Instead of the gray warning cup, we have the mug.
And now watch, it's a mug of never emptying. It just keeps refilling with more and more booze.
That item exists.
Uh-huh.
The type of beverage is picked at the time of creation. So yeah, we'll,
No, don't tell Kruger that.
It's spoiled beer, isn't it? Just to taunt you.
it's not like a button on the side, Zargan, that just refills it.
Nope.
Is it even mad? Here, Valis. Can you
I'll
see if
check
the-
and see if it's magical.
How are you gonna do that?
I
My
cast
magic
detect
detection.
magic.
I'm just asking.
While they're doing shaman things, Kruger will kind of sit down next to Zakar and say, I found some interesting information, though I don't know how useful it'll be.
Yeah, what'd you find?
There was an old sailor who knew of my tattoos and was able to accurately describe Rousseau and said he had landed in Port Kerr just a few months ago.
Have I ever heard of that?
That be a familiar place to anyone?
You guys can roll me some society.
Yeah.
If only you had a map.
I know.
Now you have enough money for one.
I do. I can go get that map.
From nowhere.
Valis
Nice.
is like looking at the bugs, and someone says Fort Kerr, and he's giving us like the Wikipedia entry on it.
I went on
Yeah.
a trip
I
as a
give-
schoolboy.
I'd tell you more about it than you want to know.
Port Kerr has a population of 30,000 people. 6,000 of them are demi-humans. And
Its GDP is.
Their main import is smithing tools, and their main export is unrelated.
Is dwarves.
I don't know why I know this, but I do.
Actually, several of you have heard of the place. Glizik, Raz, and Valis. Actually, all three of you have heard of the place. Valis, of course, knows more information about it.
Is it Kerr with a K or a C?
With the K.
It
IR?
changes depending on the time of the year.
Nice.
Yes.
You don't know much about this society, sir.
I was like, I'm gonna roll society just for shiggles because I want to. Nope.
You thought of the
All
word
right.
society, you lose your class.
Zakara, you haven't heard of it before. The other three have heard of this. It's a small town on the eastern edge of the Eastern Realms. Probably like a week or 10 days by ship away. Small port town, mostly just a trading port. Valis, you know that they mostly exist. The whole town is there mostly. They export a lot of wood products out of the meth wood up the river from
Not what you think. It's not what you think.
Nope. And Galgrim, when they start saying Eastern Edge, you're pretty sure this city lays way to the north, probably a couple weeks' journey away, at least, if not more. Way to critically fail there, Galgrim.
Misunderstood. Thought it was a different city.
Maybe there's two of them.
K and C.
Oh, that'd be obnoxious.
Did you see what I put in chat though about the mug? The mug is magical and has a minor enchantment on it, like an enchantment type of spell on it.
Oh, I will relay that
Can I-
message.
Whoever casted detect magic,
I did.
or both.
I think
of
we
you.
both did.
That's fine.
Well. Anyway, as Fable was saying.
I don't know if anybody like popped in with their information.
I feel like I probably would have relayed what I found, which probably would have deluged from everyone else, especially Valis. Deluge like a never-ending stein of ale.
Well, regardless of where it is, it seems like it is a place where slavers go. I don't
But we
know.
don't.
Oh, Krug will kind of look over as a car and like gesture to her.
Do we know that's? She's not on the ship anymore, right?
I don't believe so. As I told you before, she was thrown overboard in the middle of a tempest. However, it may give me information to the bastard who I need to wrap my hands around his neck.
And the thing that was in Port Kerr was either the dead meat or the crew, was it? I missed that part.
It was Russo who. Well, actually, no. I'll explain the character. Like, I'm assuming you're asking Kruga because you kind of left out a lot of stuff that Zakar and Kruga talked about.
I was asking for what was mentioned earlier because I was talking to Christina.
Kruga just mentioned that there's slavers over there. Like, he didn't specifically say like Russo or anything else like that.
Okay, I just need to know from my notes. And I was slightly distracted.
I did get in touch with my contact I was telling you about. They don't know where the ship is, but they said that for a fee they might be able to locate it or at least get us some more information.
I will pay it.
They'll be in contact once they name a price.
So I'm assuming in the time that like I've been searching that I haven't found any like mention or like seen the dead meat in port at all, correct?
No.
Okay.
That'd be funny. Yeah, you saw it a week ago. In when
just
you guys
didn't
pulled
realize
into when you guys pulled in the port, you just didn't realize it.
We
And
passed
when you
it.
pulled in, it was leaving.
Remember when we were exiting that one?
When you
Remember-
pulled in, you got off and you realized, oh shit, that's the dead meat I was just
Would I do that to you?
It was
Yes.
actually
Yeah.
too new
Yes.
that we took in the first like episode.
The rowboat out of that dungeon that we were just going back on.
That
You
was
see it
the
in the
dead meat.
distance.
That was
We see it in the
It's just
distance.
a fucking rowboat.
Come on,
Like, you
it's
were
come to
so
hard
pissed
times these
rowing.
days. Turns out that's just what
But
they
you
call
always
Kruger.
remember the name Captain Jack Sparrow.
I have heard of it.
Jack Sparrow? Not Captain. So discuss.
And potentially, with what you may find tomorrow, we can piece together a place to continue your search. Hopefully, a little bit more than a port city.
Port
Still,
City is much more than what I had before.
indeed.
Oh, that's right. How did your message go today?
Mm, I was able to contact her. The good news is my vision was of the future. What happened there has not yet occurred. She's not left. She's not left yet, which means that had they been on the road when I first saw their vision, they would have reached that destination by now.
I'm glad she's alive.
As am I. If she had reached there with that oaf, I'm sure both of them would be dead at the moment.
Do you need to find her or is
Ideally, but
warning her?
well, were it more than 25 words, perhaps I could warn her. The fact that she has not left yet gives me time to figure that out a bit less pressingly. Eventually, yes, I would like to inform her, and hopefully my message at least gave her some semblance of one. But for the time being, I think we can shift focus back to help assisting Krug on his task. One is accounted for, the other not so much.
Hopefully, I'll find out more tomorrow. Any pointers from your experience?
It was fairly straightforward. They'll ask for a description, and you have a sketch that will likely take the load off of them. And otherwise, you send them the 25 words you wish to send them, and they will convey what the response is back to you. It is all done mentally, so you will not hear it yourself.
So, as I thought, you shamans are all the same.
Mental magic is a bit finicky. Sometimes things do appear to apparate, but usually communication is done silently. At least to my understanding. Just make sure you count the words right. 25 is not nearly as much as you may think at first, unfortunately.
I may not be the mental strength in this group, but I can count to 25.
Oh, I will say one other. Maybe squeeze in that message, that bit about the limit. The person receiving the message may not know they have 25 words or less.
This wisdom is considered, and I thank you for it.
What time of day is it? Early afternoon?
Evening.
Evening? Hmm.
Linsick would like to order probably the biggest drink he's ever had at this point. And Nanul's gonna go to sleep inside the hat.
Did we know that Glizik was trying to join that guild or
I would have mentioned it, yeah, because we had gone there before the other day, and they said, "Hey, if you want to come back or whatever," and I made the appointment when you guys were there with me, or at least part of the party was. So I wouldn't have made a secret about it. You would have seen me getting ready for it and stuff.
how did it go with the guild today, Glizik?
I take a big swig of whatever it is I'm drinking. I've got kind of like the little foamy mustache going on. Um, actually, really well. We uh we talked. She wanted to see what spells and stuff I could do, and I, fired off a bunch of stuff at some empty suits of armor that were just like dummies or whatever. And most of it was just like a practical. It wasn't even like knowledge or type stuff like that. So and he takes another big sip from the drink and starts me a little bit more drunk, which you normally don't see him drink. You were surprised that he took the champagne from Trent even. Um
Kruger's
no,
rubbing off.
yeah, it did no, and it worked out pretty good. I had to give him some money for like a membership and stuff like that, but now like I'm in the school, which is cool. Um, and Valis, hey, I might be able to buy some of that black onyx that you had talked about. You know, the stuff you needed for the ritual.
We
Also,
appreciate it.
When Glizik
What-
says that he has passed a thing, Kruger like slaps a palm on the table, raises his hand in there, and snaps and expects someone to come over immediately.
I just kind of stopped. Like I was telling a
Try
story,
not
but
to
a little
kill
bit
him with
drunk,
that.
and I was like, What did I do?" You know, that expression. Is everything okay, Kruger?
Serving person comes over. Serving when?
Your finest drink for all of us now.
Excuse me,
Your
good sir, but
finest.
she walks away.
She brings back one glass for all of us to share. Sorry, we
Well,
don't have a full bottle of it. There's only one shot left.
you know what they say: if you have to ask the price, it's too expensive.
So,
Kruger just looks Glizik directly in the eyes and says, "Excellence is to be celebrated."
I don't know how excellent I was, but I did what came naturally to me. Um, and as the alcohol's really starting to hit him, um, I should have had a bigger lunch, Raz. This is kind of going to my head, and uh, they said I have access to formulas as well. I think we still have to pay for those, and ink and paper and stuff. And he's just trying to process like all the benefits, like listing them, at this point, and then starting to get the sweats a little bit.
You okay there, buddy?
I don't normally drink this much. The Newell doesn't usually let me. Um, the Kana, um, did you ever find out, was it Hank the sailor? What was his name on the boat that brought us here? It's hard to remember.
You all right there, Glizik? You seem a bit shaky.
Not stirred though. And he laughs a little bit and falls face down on the table for a little while. He's out.
This is the second time tonight this has happened to me.
Oh please! Oh please!
Don't worry. The rest of us can still get shit faced.
You had my celebratory shot yet?
Does the waitress come back with the good stuff?
I put it in.
Ah,
No.
Green glowing wine, huh?
Absinthe.
Fuck did
Can't
you order?
can't say I'm not hesitant after our last fancy drink.
If I
Krug-
wake up naked, it's Kruger's fault.
Kruger picks it up and like looks at Glizik and says, "To excellence," and like puts his glass forward for other people to cheers him. And it's
I'll
not a
cheer you.
question for him. Like he expects everyone to do this.
Sure. It's a good day.
I'm still blaming you if I wake up naked, though.
Probably gotta stand on my chair, but I'll do it.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Should somebody raise Glizik's hand just while he's?
Kruger will wake him up a lot more gently than he put the other one to sleep.
I was gonna ask, are you being harsh about it or nice?
Kruger seems like, I don't want to say that he has a soft spot for Glizik, but there is a sort of respect for him that he doesn't show for a lot of people. He just kind of like wakes him up and Like he'll like slap his face a little, but not like a super hard slap, just kind of wake him up and say, "We are celebrating you. It is time to drink."
As you wake him up, he throws off a produced flame by accident towards the ceiling. Doesn't really do any damage, but it just kind of like a up, a little bit. Oh, sorry. And makes his way towards the cup to try and clink with everybody else.
At least his other spell slots are used.
Clink and drink glowing wine.
Ooh, green fairy. Nice.
Green fairy number 27.
Once everyone kind of clinks, Kruger will just throw this shit back immediately.
Everyone drinking?
Yep.
Yep.
Zakara, wait a second.
Sure.
Your fault if I wake up naked.
If anybody's hesitant, Kruger will broach no hesitance whatsoever. He will death glare anybody who doesn't drink.
Oh yeah, I'm drinking.
Seeing that, Zakara slowly
A
lifts
hardy
her
folk.
glass and sips.
I say it's a wine. It's not like a hard liquor where you chug it, but
Late.
it has a strange flavor. A little bit earth, a little bit maybe moss, maybe some mushrooms, and then you swallow it. It feels cold down your throat, and the flavor changes to like a dusky, wet mold flavor. But it's very sweet, a little bit tart. It's probably the worst alcohol you've ever had, Kruger, because you're used to the shit, heavy stuff, and you're not a big wine drinker. This is definitely a very delicate, very expensive bottle of wine that you guys just finished.
This is a talking point wine.
And Kruger looks over at Zakara and it's like, I should have been more specific.
You said most expensive.
No.
Yeah, you may want to say strongest in the
I
future.
said finest.
Well, it would certainly pass as a fine wine in a lot of gatherings that aren't meant to get drunk. Unfortunately.
At least we don't have to worry about it killing Glizik. How's
So that's-
Glizik faring, by the way?
He at least get. I mean, he said he chugged it down. But you'd have to at our size.
How is Glizik feeling with a 15?
Oh, you're okay. I mean, you're definitely starting to slur, starting to feel drunk, but you're okay at the moment.
I haven't cast Vomit Swarm yet.
Either variety of.
I inch
Right.
away from him slightly.
Oh, come on, room buddy. And I put my arm around Valis, which is weird for us.
I've heard things.
Hey, maybe tonight, if I get lucky, you'll need those earplugs.
Oh no.
He leans backward, kind of snoring a little bit to the chair.
May not be able to hold it, but no one can say he can't at least put it down.
He tried.
So what did you shamans find out about this mug?
Phallus found the button.
It is indeed enchanted.
With
Evocation magic, if I recall, Valis.
Yes.
It's full of
And
shock and awe. Enchantment
Not
magic.
evocation, it's enchantment.
That means it could run. They could do all sorts of things. Who wants to test it?
we do have some wine.
You could identify.
I could.
Doesn't take like an hour to identify.
Well, I obviously assume that's what Valis has been doing this whole time when he's been quiet, sitting here with an enchanted mug. Did you prepare it today? Do you even want to cast it?
Guess what?
It's an action. It's not a
It's action.
Do you even want to use it?
I will. And I'm a bit drunk, by the way.
He did it.
Junk IRL.
I mean, I'm working on it.
As you guys are having your toast and discussing things, Valis is kind of quiet, and over there staring at the mug, moving it over in his hands. I have identified it in the party sheet.
Party sheet.
Sign of wishes. Nice.
Yeah.
No, that's your inventory, Glizzic, not the party sheet.
Is it Redland or Edland?
Redland Blue Ale, huh?
Being how I messed everything else up on. Yes.
I wake up from my snoring and I say, at least it's blue. Meaning the ale.
Edland Blue Ale.
Yep, it's Edland.
Yeah, that ale's got a good head on it.
And you watch as Valis kind of holds it up there, makes like a little motion. It fills up with like a bluish tinted ale.
Do you have to attune to it?
Doesn't.
Because if you don't have to attune to it, we could make lots of money just selling, this drinking cup at our
That
new tavern.
disappears.
You can't. You can't transfer from one container to another unless that container is your mouth.
That's what I'm saying. Like you just drink out of this cup. We charge them, for drinking out of this one cup, and everybody uses it, right?
It's alcohol, so it's self-sterilizing. It's
Yeah.
fine.
I don't know about that.
They don't know about germs.
Sudden outbreak of mono across the city.
Yeah. Everyone's
only,
got
only
blue
amongst
lips.
only amongst the tavern hoppers, oddly enough.
So you guys can leave that in party loot, or someone can put it in their inventory.
Does anyone like to drink? It's where could we find someone who might like this item?
Now it is ale, so it's not a high alcohol content.
So it's basically water for Kruga.
Kind of.
Well, it's better than carrying around 10 water skins.
Or a little keg.
Is the ale any good?
I don't know, you asking Valis for the mug to try it?
Like, did he fill it up?
He kind of put it down and kind of like made a motion with his finger, and then it filled up.
Kruga will look over. It's like, what kind of shaman magic did you cast on that?
I think the item's enchanted to slay.
Can you do it on this? And Kruga pulls out like his drinking horn that he has and asks you to do the same thing on that.
No. The item itself does the filling from the command of motion.
Hmm. Is it good?
Don't know. Do you want to try it?
I mean, Kruger will try it if no one else is willing to try it.
Give it to Kruger since he's the alcohol
Guinea pig.
connoisseur.
Give it to Kruger. He eats anything.
He also has high.
The orc version of Mikey.
Yep.
Well,
Kruger
is it
tips
any
it
good?
back. I mean, you've had much worse ale. It's not very strong, but it has a decent flavor. You could drink it. It probably will take quite a bit to get you drunk, but
When playing with it, do I find that it just fills itself back up?
when you finish it up, kind of sit it down, you're kind of thinking there a minute or so. It kind of, as you look down, well, you can't really see my hand go. It goes, just fills up on its own.
I mean, Kruger will not say no to something like this.
Going once, going twice.
Oh,
Oh,
Kruger's.
I mean, I'm not trying to take it from the group at all, but Kruger's definitely interested.
You can have it.
Yep, it is all yours.
that's a cider ale.
Let's see, 1 second.
All right, I'll put it on over to Kruger.
Kruger will say, I appreciate your willingness to give this to me, and I will give my share of the gold to you all.
We got gold? So
75 gold.
Yeah, we got
split
gold.
5 ways that we all get 15, yeah.
Well, you have to do that manually now, but Kruger would have to take the gold off his sheet, and you guys have to add it manually.
Let's see. Just give everyone 2 gold, because there's five other party members got 13, so I'll take 10 off mine, and everyone can add 2 to theirs.
Well, 2.5.
Wow. He's a junior for the last penny.
Gabbling.
Everyone gets 2 gold.
Works for me. I certainly won't turn it down. I have
Mark it on your sheets.
I did. I'm now up to 15 gold.
You're rich.
He's just a poor boy.
All right, if you guys have nothing else to discuss, people are going to start heading off to bed.
What I'm assuming we're staying at an inn or something.
You're at the Silver Lion Inn, same place you've been staying.
Um, I think we were rooming together for most of the road, Valis. So I'm assuming we still would be.
Yep.
And you kind of have to pour me into bed a little bit, but we're kind of like, we'd been up for a little while, and I'm still kind of sleepy, still a little bit drunk.
A lot drunk.
Yeah, a lot drunk. It's we've been together for a little bit now, and I did a good thing today, right? Joining that place.
Yeah.
I
It
mean,
could grow.
I actually got to have a little alcohol. I played my part well today at the assembly, and Newell let me have a little bit. He normally doesn't. I mean, We all
Oh.
have to have our keepers, right, Valis?
Yeah.
I miss Noxia a bit, you know. He tells me that she was not right for me, and man, it hurt nailing her to the post and cutting her open. Eh, he didn't like her, and I had to be inside screaming while he took control and did that to her.
You can do that?
Yeah, and I kind of opened my shirt, and you can see all like the black scars on my body. I'm like, where do you think these came from?
I thought that was from an avalanche or something.
Yeah, it's a good story, right? Um, yeah, I just wanted to tell somebody, you know.
So
You,
what is he exactly?
I don't know, something I found in a cave. The avalanche is true that happened, but I'm not always in control. I am right now, but I don't know if the powers come from me or from him for the stuff that I do, and that's a bit scary. I just wanted someone to know why I could talk about it when he's not here. I don't know where the magic comes from. It could be from my mom. It could be from whoever he works for. Maybe he doesn't even know. I don't know. But I would never hurt you, man. I just want you to know that. I would never hurt anybody in our group.
Hopefully I find a way so that never happened.
What if we just, got rid of the Newell? You
What
know,
if you lose your powers?
I might get a different familiar. We don't know.
Or you could piss whatever's signing his paychecks off?
True. But promise me one thing. If I ever get to the point where I'm gonna do something and it's not me, if I'm gonna hurt somebody in this group, you take me out. You don't even think about it. You take me out. Okay?
Okay.
I would never do that. And he just passes out at that point.
See, like, wait, now I see why he never gets drunk.
Yeah, total lightweight. With that 10 constitution. Hell yeah.
All right. Anything else while you guys start heading off to sleep? You all go to bed, crawl into your straw-filled mattresses, beds. Some
And
of
I
you are.
sleep very, very soundly.
I wouldn't if I were you, but hey, whatever. Hey, he said he won't hurt anyone in the group again.
He sleeps like the dead.
Um, and just to kind of end the session for tonight, and I hope everyone saw where I put up there that I'm out of town for the next 2 Fridays, so our next session won't be until the 22nd. I'm headed down to Florida Land for a week or so.
Why the fuck would you go there?
Because my wife's addicted to Disney.
He wants to come enjoy our torrential rain like we've had the last couple days.
As long as it's not 100 degrees like every other time I come to your state.
It's not that bad.
It's just a fresh 72.
That's like perfect for me. So a little bit after midnight, one of you wake up.
Which one?
There's someone in your room with
He's
glowing
got
red eyes.
3 gold in him.
And Zakara, you hear a voice. Oh, I'm kind of familiar now. Ah, you're finally awake. Sometimes I forget what it's like to actually sleep so deeply. It has been a while.
Not that long. You don't have to be creepy about it.
It's been months.
Months?
For me. Sometimes I like to sit and watch my people sleep. It is strange though. I can hear your heart beating from over here. Thump thump. Thump thump. Ah, there it goes, a little faster now. Thump thump. Thump thump. Thump thump.
Man, Christina would be kicking me in the head right now for telling me her heart rate.
Yes, show off.
It's not enjoyable. I don't want this, but it is what it is. Here you were making some rounds today, looking for some people, talking to people.
It's normally what you do in a city.
No, I never really did that. We never used to do that.
I did sometimes. Can you come out during the day?
I can, as long as there's no sunlight. Has this strange look on his face. He's a little more pale than last time you saw him. I am so hungry, Shadow. It's been many days since I fed. I don't know how long I can hold out before I lose myself into the hunger again.
Who do you
Your heart's beating. Thump thump. Thump thump.
who do you normally feed on?
Oh, people out at night. Random people, whoever I can find. I've thought about going after people I know. Maybe it might make it easy. But I don't know yet. Don't know that many people in town. At least not many who bedchamber I can slip into easily.
My guess is it's probably not good to feed on people you know. Make them aware of your presence.
But what if they already are? I see you were drinking tonight. I can smell the alcohol on your breath.
Can you still drink? Other than blood?
Not if I want to keep it down. Can't eat, can't drink. My life is all about blood now.
I'll find a way to reverse it.
Oh, there is no way. You wouldn't have the power.
Maybe not yet. And like you said, it's only been a couple months. You don't know everything there is yet.
That is true. Might be some strange alchemical elixir somewhere. I just doubt it. I do know one thing though. I yearn to be free. You have to
Let
find
me
my master and kill him.
Any information you can give me would be helpful.
I've only been to his lair once. is beneath the city in the underbelly.
Is he the one that we fought?
Not that I know of. As far as I know, you have never met him. Wait. Can you smell that?
Do I smell anything?
No.
No.
Sweet. Tasty. Someone cut themselves. I must go. And he turns into mist, goes out the door, and is gone.
Just don't get caught, I mutter.
About 5 minutes later, for those of you who might be still awake, you hear a faint scream from somewhere outside the inn in one of the alleys around it. And that's where we're going to end it.
So anyways, Glizzik, I just changed my ghost charges, and I think the change is a good change, but it kind of smells like blood now.
Oh, hey, did you cut yourself making it?
Hmm.
Hey, where's Raz?
Feel
Raz is
bad
the
for the
head
cook's
vampire
assistant.
all along.
Long con.
So, what do you guys think about doing downtimes like this? I know some of you may not have much to do, so I kind of feel bad for those of you who aren't very active at different parts. But I also think it explores or exposes the individual characters more so to the group. So I'm not sure if I like this yet. If you guys like it,
It's hard to tell because I was mainly shoved in my room the whole damn time, drawing up schematics and shit.
oh yeah.
I know that I, as Zargan, really liked this.
Fuck you.
No, but it was cool because I know that a lot of the times, like in previous campaigns, whether it's yours, Bios, Mystics, whoever's, that downtime has been handled as a completely separate thing, and why that can be like all like good and well. It was really cool seeing like characters develop and seeing kind of like the inklings of who they are, what makes them tick, why they're doing what they're doing. And I thought it was really cool. Like I know that like there was a decent amount of time like spent to me, but I think I enjoyed like listening to other people's portions more than I even like participating in my own, just to kind of know their characters better.
Yeah, I could definitely second the bulk of that. I think like some of the more monotonous things, like going through a list of shopping stuff, is probably the most boring part of it. But I did like hearing about Glizzik's little test and someone's nightly visitors and the
The bed
drunk,
invader.
the bedroom invader.
When he comes, is he just floating above you in the bed there, or is he like sitting in an armchair?
It's like the character development related stuff I
Sitting in a
definitely
chair.
like hearing. It does give a little bit, a few extra things that probably wouldn't have come up otherwise, for sure. Like I saw the Fable's face when Glizzik mentioned a certain something.
Yep.
That was a pretty funny reaction.
I was like, oh.
I wanted to wait till the end of it, and Zargan's like, "If you don't go soon, you may miss your chance." I'm like, "I know, but I don't
Yeah.
want to just like transition. Hey, so we're not at a bar anymore. We're back at the thing." But it was really hard for the 3 episodes on the ship when you guys were trying to sleuth it out as far as who killed Noxia, and I appreciate the effort.
I knew he was behind. I fucking knew it.
But that was well planned out as a short, 5 minutes, Zargan, of this happening, and it turned into like a forever episode
no
of whodunit.
shit. That's what you guys are doing all the time. I go, oh fuck, how do I do this? Because I didn't plan any of it.
Oh, I had to go back and I had to use agonizing, whatever it is, my mental thing to melt the minds of the 2 guards so you guys couldn't question them and stuff because you did the autopsy and everything. Yeah, I had to cover my tracks hard.
Well, it worked out now, didn't it?
Yep.
Oh, I did not suspect Lizik at all.
I was just crying in my bunk.
Technically,
To
it
be
wasn't
fair, I
him.
did make the comment about it probably being the Newell.
I did suspect it was probably Nanul in a kind of meta way for sure, but
How many times did Zargan say she's not right for you from Nanul's voice? And I'm like,
just I figured there was probably some other way, like I don't know, Nanul used the 3 gold to pay some poor down on his luck assassin to do it.
Yeah, it's like I don't like. I just think, like, I think all that stuff is cool, and I think the way that we normally handle like downtime and kind of in between stuff, like that wouldn't really like resurface. It wouldn't be until like the end of the campaign where it's like, oh yeah, I did this, and it's like, oh yeah, it's like, but it's cool to like kind of like have that, and we like I don't know, like I know a lot of people here watch Critical Role, and a lot of people like really enjoy that and see the things that are developing there. And I don't want to say it's like, yeah, we should try like strive more to be like that. But at the same time, it's like it's cool to know what other characters are doing like in the in between. And so we have a better idea of the other characters. Because I know there's been so many other campaigns that we've done where we talk about something and it's like there's like this huge overarching like thing that like develops and like moves a character at its core. It doesn't come out until like the campaign's end, and I think that's like from a story perspective and the effort that the individual puts in order to make their character that way. I feel like it's such a shame for it to come out at that point where we can actually see the development overall from like the beginning to the end, even if our characters themselves can't actually work on that particular aspect of it.
You mean like in Bio's game where my goal was to seduce you, then we decided that we were brother and sister?
How's your leg? They never found that mirror. That thing's still fucking out there.
They're from Fay, West Virginia. It's okay.
Yeah, but like I just think it's so cool, and like I love like going in and I love seeing different things, and I realized that like Mystic and Ishii didn't really get a lot of time in the spotlight tonight, but at the same time the things that I found out about Zakara and Glizik and Raz, like it was really cool to actually see those kind of like more nuanced things as opposed to it's like, oh, the campaign's over, here's the high level concept of what I was going for. It's nice to kind of see those things like pull together. Like I mean, you guys saw it on my face when Glizik revealed the thing that Glizik revealed. It's like, oh shit! It's like, yeah, it's like personally, like I kind of suspected something similar, but like it's a really cool fucking thing. But Kruger still has no idea. Like he's not going to act on something like that.
Yeah, only
And
Valis knows.
like I feel like that's amazing. And even if I have to spend like a session where like I spend like like half or even 75% of the time, it's like if you guys are like interacting and like delving into the world and exploring your characters in that way, I will soak up every second of that so much personally. And it's just really cool. I like it.
Fable's confused faces are always worth watching. Like the Glizik thing, and it was like, what are these words Raz is saying?
Yeah, I like getting to hear about backstories that would have been just one-on-one stuff on the side. I do want to hear more about Valis and Galgrim though, because they're like the most mysterious members of the party.
I would also like to hear more about Galgrim.
Yes,
We
first there has
all-
to be something developed by Mystic to reveal first.
Or make it up on
There
make it
is-
up as you go.
To be fair, I do have a decent amount of background stuff for him. It's just it's little pieces of stuff that's not like fully fleshed out.
Yeah, but if you bring up one of those little pieces during a session, the other players can help you flesh it out. Because they'll ask stupid questions like, "Why'd you do that?" or "Who did this?" and then you
Why
just
don't
make
you
that shit
want to
up on
go
the
into the
spot.
fucking dwarf fucking shop?
Yeah, exactly.
I've been doing stuff like that. Nobody's asked me. The Galgrim doesn't have the
Because you
best
just fucking
party
disappear for
teammate.
3 days. You're just all like, oh hey, Galgrim's gone. No, guess he doesn't like blacksmithing.
It's
There he
just
goes
racist
again.
as dwarves.
He hates dwarves.
He's actually a
Really
reincarnated.
ashamed.
He's a reincarnated giant.
Just call him Uncle Tom. He's racist against his own race.
I think it's neat that when we do sessions like this and get a little bit more into background, your character from when you initially wrote like the backstory or whatever, by the time, like you say, you get to the end of the campaign and it's different. You've really developed it in a different way than you initially saw it, and I think that's cool. But it's a lot of the development stuff when we don't do combat nights, um, that we seem to have a lot more fun with the story side of it. Not that I hate combat, I love it. Okay, but it takes 2-3 hours sometimes. And working on something like this sometimes can have a lot of fun with it. I certainly enjoyed tonight a lot.
Well, no, that's kind of what I was feeling. How you guys felt about this, whether you were completely bored off your ass the entire night. I mean, especially comparing, especially like Valis and Galgrim, who didn't have a whole lot tonight. But I mean, I don't want, hey, 2 people had fun tonight, the other 4 sat there and were bored off their ass the entire night. Well, that's not a good session then.
Agreed.
I'm just saying, like let me find out that we have a session where it's like all like Galgrim and Valis based. Like I will eat that shit up. Like I want to know what makes those guys tick. Even if Kruger like will never have like even the smallest inkling about what the shit is going on with those two. Like I love that sort of like backstory and growth and development because I know that like even like already, even though like I feel like personally like some of it seems like inconsequential, like Glizik especially has had a big impact on how I've seen like Kruga growing as a person and like moving forward and changing his arc. And that's like very unexpected for like how Kruga's raised and everything else. Like I love seeing the interpersonal connections between people and actually interacting. I love the fact that Kruga and Zakara have like this mutual pact of let's find out what happened to this other person
Poetry.
that we care about for some reason. Like Zakara is like willing to help him out. Kruga is willing to give that same thing back because of like how they feel like personally, like their reciprocity as like their personal codes. Like at least that's how Kruger feels about it. It's a personal code for him. It's like, yeah, you help me out, I'll help you out. Like I see you as a peer type thing.
Wash Kruger's back, Zakar, and he'll pick bugs from your fur.
Yeah.
Well, we should have probably one more session for downtime. That should finish us off. At least the original set of downtime. I don't think we'll extend it because I don't think people are going to have money to do anything. Because I don't want to do downtime just so you guys can earn money, then do more downtime so you can spend the money you just earned. That is like a never-ending cycle. That's a never-ending cycle.
Picking up a map in the morning.
Maybe.
Yeah, this damnedest thing overnight. It went up in price 500%.
You're lucky you get 2 weeks to figure out what you're going to. Actually, 3 weeks to figure out what you're going to, what your 25 words are.
I already know what my 25 words are. I can send them to you right now.
Send them to me so I can kind of work on a response because your response is probably more interesting overall than Raz's was because the situation is very different for the people who receive them.
Zarkin, how hard is it to reply, blub, blub, I'm drowning, help, help, blub, blub, blub.
Also, Rary, you unsophisticated monster.
I'm sorry, what's it supposed to be?
What did I say for the spell?
I don't remember. Rari, I don't know. What was it?
Rary.
Oh, fuck you then.
Yep, can speak from my experience. Maybe let the person you're talking to know they only get 25 words.
Kruger has taken that to heart.
23 words? You still have 2 more words. You could say tons more stuff.
Fuck you. Last 2 words.
You pooping.
Nice ass.
You pooping?
I have several ideas for your response already, but and I try not to put too much. I try not to put too much thought into the response because these are out of the blue. It's like someone asks you a question, you just it's just your whatever you're going to say at the moment, which is with the critical role stuff, which is why I think it's funny when what's her name does it all the time. Except you would think by now, after she does it 100 times, she would be a little more efficient at sending it, but she's not. Receiving it is totally different than sending.
They just did a skit too with her dressed up as Jester, like failing like 6 sendings because
Yeah.
she keeps forgetting there's 25 words.
Her and Ginny D, it was hilarious. But I think it'd be funny if the person miscounts and only does 22, and at the end they're like, "What an ass," and you hear it.
Fucking idiot.
God, I hate that guy. Hey, but. So I'm pretty sure Zakara saw my PM there. Ferris will be back at least once more, probably during downtime, once I flesh out some more of his story. I don't know. I hate to make too much up without actually having it figured out. So I don't try to mislead players most times. I mean, I won't say I never do it on purpose, but I try not to.
Well, you mean your players take turns that you don't expect? You don't have it completely mapped out?
Oh,
just
no,
in
no.
case?
The players mislead themselves. But I try not to purposefully lie to them about stuff and then... Because, I'll say A and all of a sudden next session you guys say, remember, he said C and that means this. I go, what? I never said that. But although
it's true because we all believe it.
Oh, exactly. I am surprised Valis went right back to sleep after what Glizzy told him. I should have fucked one, and I'd be leaving that room.
I didn't say I went back to sleep. I probably went back to fucking around with the schematics and shit.
Just go down to the room down the hall to do your work and lock the door.
Yeah, no shit. Put a bar on the inside and try to decide if you want to tell everybody.
Yep.
Are we all sleeping in different rooms? Is that what's happening?
See, originally I figured you guys each had separate rooms, but then
You have the nerd
Glizzy
room.
kind of has a thing for Valis. He doesn't want to be alone.
We caster boys have to stick together.
You were sharing my pup tent for like what, a month over on the island, so I just
That's 'cause
assumed
he
we
didn't
were
have anywhere
roomies.
else.
I know.
We always get our heads shoved in the toilet, and I'm a cheap motherfucker, and I'm paying for a room right now.
Don't worry, I already took gold off your guys' sheets for the room for the week and food. So don't worry about it.
I'm just assuming Kruger's blackout drunk. That's why he doesn't realize Ferris is in the room with him in the car.
It's a slow, quiet snore as they're talking. It's Kruger on the bed.
Like he can't hear anything because the book of poetry is laying on his ear.
Hey, Valis, I was so drunk I may not even remember telling you that either.
See, I'm the only one getting a fucking peaceful night, apparently.
Yeah.
Any night that you can't remember is a peaceful night, according to Kruger.
I thought about giving Glizzy some of the antidote before he passed out for real, but I'm like, nah. He can experience everything, hangover and all.
He's 10. He'll be fine.
He'll grow as a person.
Yeah. I'm never drinking again.
Calgrim's still staying in the inn, right?
Yeah, I've been staying in the inn.
Part
of my downtime was figuring out somewhere that I could stay not in town, but
he was taking a stroll outside and cut himself on a rusty piece of something outside.
Civilization.
Rusty piece of civilization.
Darn you, civilization.
That's a nice stein you got there, Kruger.
Kruger wakes up and he's like, activates the stein, starts drinking immediately first thing in the morning.
For 25 gold, you could have it redone for some other kind of alcohol. Those things aren't that expensive.
Kruger's liver is cursing the day he received this item.
He has a liver?
In Middle Ages, most people didn't drink water because it wasn't safe to drink water. You're better off drinking, like in the Old West. Why do you think they all drank whiskey? Because the water wasn't safe.
True. Like they drink alcohol because it actually purifies the liquid that they're actually drinking. That was like a huge thing when people were actually going from like Europe to the Americas, is they actually did like a lot of their shit was like it was alcohol, or they had like a lot of like citrus on board in order to stave off scurvy, to actually get that like squared away to make sure they didn't fucking die in between here and there.
Yep.
It's fun how the drunken sailor stereotype has some real some actual root cause.
Oh yeah.
Because if you weren't drunk, you were dead.
Because you could keep alcohol for a hell of a lot longer than you can keep water. I mean, you find a dead fly in your alcohol, you either eat it or you throw it overboard, but the alcohol's still good.
Not if you're a goblin, you make sure that fly spits it out.
And then you eat it.
You mix that fly in. Add
Mhm.
some protein.
But all
Goblin
right, I don't want to keep you
goulash.
guys. If you guys want to jet, it is almost midnight.
Is it though?
I know Mystic
it's-
has an early morning.
It's only 9.
Thanks,
Only
Whatever.
9. I don't work in the morning.
It's about 9 time.
I'd like to thank Zargan and Zargan and Zargan and Zargan and Zargan and Zargan and Zargan for tonight.
And not
My
Zargan.
favorite character
But
was
not
Zargan.
but not Zarkin,
And
right?
not Zargan.
I will absolutely.
So if I heard Kruger right, he wants to have sessions about one person, but not him. So the entire session will be about that other person.
I mean, if it's intriguing, I will literally listen to the entire thing like it's a fucking 8-hour podcast.
I'll
It's gonna be me.
I'll make Galgrim or Valis go home, and I'll have each of you guys play one of the people there.
It's just gonna be me just drawing all of the schematics and dog shit for this thing.
No, that's just like every other crafting thing. It takes like 4 days to do.
Also, just to
Yeah, but I have
to throw this out there to all y'all, I have been kind of dropping hints a little bit, but nobody's been like going after them. Zakara is the only one that's even asked me about stuff, and I've opened up to her a little bit.
That's not helpful.
When you get a socially awkward character, they're not just going to give up information. You got to ask.
Yeah, but I'm naturally socially awkward.
Also,
Remember the
Kruger is socially awkward,
I mean,
but he still does things.
Kruga and Galgrim have their own issues.
Well, I mean, the last
I'm not saying between our characters, but Kruger is not like a typically let's talk about our feelings type person, but I can still find a way to talk about things.
That's exactly what I'm doing.
I wish more people were on camera tonight when Glizzy admitted to his murder.
What murder? It was a sacrifice
Dude,
to the Reaper, which is why the marks were
Bio,
on her.
Ishii, and Mystic, I will legit buy you webcams.
Oh, I'll buy issue 1. I mean, hell, they're not that expensive.
I think the hardest part of that, Zargan, though, was not like mentioning to anybody other than you about it.
Oh, Zargan's finally on camera.
Yeah.
No, the hard one is getting Ishii to do it.
It is.
Ishii.
I don't know why.
Put
your damn shirt back on.
Ishii, what
put
will
the
it
lube
take
away.
to get you on camera?
Well, is it like vampires where they don't have a reflection? You can't see me in the camera.
No, he has
You
one.
make the joke, but they're on. Lasombra ain't showing on a camera.
They would have digital.
Won't be here for a while.
Ishii, what will it take to get you on camera? Because Ishii, or not Ishii, but Bio and Mystic, y'all fuckers should be on camera because I know you both have one. But Ishii, what will it take? I will buy you a camera if you don't have one.
I've offered to send them one. I mean, what are they, $20?
No.
Ishii.
You can't look worse than like me.
Yes, I can, and
I know what you look like, dude.
The next time we have an ADB bash, I will hug you for 3 hours if you do not get on a fucking camera.
3-hour hug. He'll just carry you around. He'll do it.
Yeah, he probably could. He's a big mofo.
I'm envisioning Big Spoon, Little Spoon.
You do not go to sleep without a camera.
No, honestly, Ishii, if you have the one camera and it's on your lizard and you don't want to move it, that's fine. We can get you a webcam, dude. They're not very expensive.
Just stick it on her the whole time.
Just the lizard cam.
Legitimately, I think that this entire thing, all together, I think it would be 100 times better if every single person was on camera. Just because we're all friends, we all have a good time together. I think it will be great to have everyone just to see the facial expressions, because like we're on push to talk. Like I don't always want to push to talk, but y'all can always see when I'm fucking laughing at like dumbass shit, especially when Naughty types puns in
I
chat.
I have
Like
no idea
him
what
and
you're
I
talking
will
about,
go
sir.
back and forth, and we will always go on that.
Did,
Like we should.
did you catch my comment? Because I know you were talking fast to the guy that was the sailor when he went face down.
No, I didn't. What'd you say?
Oh, he said something like Krug has had enough seamen for today. You left the guy face down on the table. But I spelled SEA space MEN when you walked away. It's little stuff like that that makes me enjoy this. You know, I
Yeah,
mean, we'll
like
do the pictures and stuff like that. It's fun.
like I
Hey,
love.
Zargon, your camera isn't working.
Oh shit, he left.
You
Like
scared Zargan.
Who did?
Zargon returns.
I love seeing everyone's faces. I love seeing the reactions. Like I realize it's like, we're all doing this via the internet, but we're all friends and being able to interact with each other in video, it's the best proxy that we can get until the next ADB bash.
I'm not your friend, Fable.
Shut the fuck up, you
I'm your
stupid
lover.
bitch.
Aw.
On mods.
Yeah, I need to get a new camera. Apparently mine's just busted now. It was throwing a fit last time I tried to use it.
Yeah, it
but
was. It's all funny too. It kept getting squiggly like.
Apparently now it's just done. So out goes the old one.
Like legit, I have no problem like ordering webcams for everyone except Mystic because apparently his works fine. But Ishii Bio, like I'll be more than happy to do that just to see you guys on here because I feel like it adds so much. Like
Oh, I
when
think it does. I love seeing you guys' facial expressions and shit when things happen.
well, it's great because I felt like when like Zakar and Kruger were talking, and I see Megan on the other screen there, like I feel like I can just look at her and I can have that conversation with her. It makes things like so much easier, so much more real, like in that moment because we're both talking about something. We're both talking from our character's perspective, but it's just so helpful. Like for me, like personally, I think it's amazing and like I would love to enjoy that experience with everyone here.
It helps to read faces. I will agree that too.
Oh, it does.
It's the same way that when you text something, sometimes it's hard to misinterpret. So it's cool. Enjoy it.
Like tonight when you said that, and Fable's like,
Honestly, but I know I was probably looking down at the camera because I wasn't looking at the screen. But I was tearing up a little bit at the end of it too, just from the emotion of trying to sound it right. So I don't know if you heard the catch in my voice when I dropped it, but it was cool.
I am surprised that only Glizzy joined the Mage Guild though. I thought Valus would be all over that too.
I need to find out if necromancy is illegal or not.
He was whispering that to me. He's like, "See if it's okay, if they're all right with me having necromancy as a thing." And I'm like, "All right."
I don't want to
And-
get
and
fucking
did you check?
arrested immediately.
No, I'm not
And
gonna
did
ask
you-
on day one.
Exactly.
Hey, come on in. Hey, just FYI, my buddy's got a thing with corpses. Is it cool?
Can
Ah,
we talk about
wait.
wording before you do that?
Oh, you mean that orc you're with? Yeah, okay.
That's going in a freaking quote channel.
My buddy's got a thing about corpses.
Is
Is that cool? Are we cool? He's got money.
That's why he has corpses.
Mhm.
So just so you guys know, several of your items might be available before end of downtime. Low level shit is pretty quick for chances to roll. So I'll have to make some rolls for you guys.
I want the microphone so bad.
You've only passed two days, so nothing's been found yet.
I'd actually like to see as a player what the other folks are hoping for items.
Well,
For this
ask them.
they sent you.
Let me just unroll this scroll here.
Unless for Mar, it's very fucking expensive.
Well, you saw my entire list that I sent Zargan today, so
What bag of holding?
well, and then all the stuff for the bear, the armor and the
Okay.
bags and stuff.
So a bag of holding in the bare necessities.
Yep.
Oh,
Points.
Well, like I said, Kruger's only like the only thing he's looking for is the bracelets of dashing at the moment.
Because you can't afford the other shit you want.
I mean,
Yeah.
I could, but
I'm dreading this fucking craft roll.
That was another thing why my list was so short. I knew that we were only gonna have like 150 gold total to spend. I didn't want to. I knew that if putting a 300 gold wand on there or staff wasn't going to be a viable option.
Let me tell you about how much price was not an issue about my list. I can't afford nothing, but I got a list.
You can make your own staff if you have crafting and magical crafting.
Yeah, I keep looking at crafting and thinking about picking up, and I go, oh yeah, literally everybody else in the party has it, so it seems pointless.
He knows I'll charge his ass.
But
yeah, but the difference is
we all pick different stuff.
Yeah, like Lizzie's crafting potions. Valis only has 4 fucking formulas for magic items. I mean, there's easy enough stuff out there for multiple people to do it because you would pick different things.
Plus, the group's got 6 people in it, and if everybody wants something that Valis has to craft, that's a hell of a wait list for one person.
That's why I was gonna want something.
That's why I was even thinking about picking up like craft magic item because I've got the Arcana for it.
Well,
especially if you're a cast.
I gotta say that we've tried for years to get a good crafting system, but I think from going from D&D to Pathfinder, that's one of the things I love about this game, is for the skills. We actually have a much better crafting system set up for formulas.
Yeah, it doesn't take 328
we
days.
We have a crafting system.
Yeah, that's not like
homebrewed.
Just hey, this is what we're gonna do for this time. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's good. I mean,
it's like
I don't want to spend 28 days making stuff while you guys are just hanging out, doing nothing. But I could, just because there's enough stuff to make.
Like those spell prices, when I told you guys how much it would cost for their spells, those are right out of the book, and those are for basic common spells that don't require any special components or anything.
Or mats, yeah.
I think we need higher paying jobs.
Well, like I said, you guys will earn in cash roughly 200 gold each before you hit 8th level. That's not counting items.
We could just sit in the town and cast 4th level spells each day.
If you get people to pay for them.
Right.
Although 4th level spells not that much money.
Wasn't the scrying 5th or was it sending?
It was 5th. Sending was 5th, scrying was 6th.
I just had to push my push to talk to figure out which Zargan I was on the list.
I love it.
That's your own fault.
Did you like your April Fool's joke?
At first, when Mystic came in here, then just suddenly changed. I'm like, what the hell?
Oh, I was denying it,
I thought something on my side. And then the next person came in. They were Zarg. Okay. Then Bio came in and he turned into Zarg. Okay, guys.
I said it's got to be something you're into. I like, okay. He goes, yeah, you look fine. And then that's when mine switched. He goes, wait a minute. Now yours looks weird too. It's not even the right color. And I'm like, it looks fine to me.
Did we explain the color change on Naughty's?
No, because he's colorblind, right?
Yeah, because of colorblind. Yeah.
So
I lost my app.
We made it grayscale.
Now I have to figure out how to switch my name back.
Jakar is now my avatar.
Nice. That's awesome.
So...
I can work with that.
Oh no. I didn't save my picture.
Oh no.
Don't worry, I didn't either.
Isn't it your stupid Sage Mystic picture?
No, it was my cat. I mean, I have the picture saved. I just have to go get it here. Make it myself for a little bit.
I had 3 guilds all designed for it tonight, and we only ended up using one of them. What the hell's wrong with you guys?
I didn't want to tempt myself with things I couldn't afford, but I definitely intend to go.
I do know some people are sitting on some. Well, no, they're normally not sitting on any fat cash because everybody spent a good chunk to the broker.
I'm basically spending part of Galgrim's cash too because he offered.
Well, that's fine. Everyone likes to spend someone else's money.
I mean,
I don't like to, but
the wife spent my money.
Feel like the biggest problem we got in combat right now is the fact that Glizzik is made of tissue paper, and I figure that crown might help.
That's never gonna change.
No,
I know he's still gonna be made of tissue paper, but he'll be made out of tissue paper that's absorbing through someone else at least.
I shall modify it.
Okay, later, guys.
Good night.
See ya.
Night.